Hello, good evening. How are we all? Welcome to the stream. Hello, Wolfie. How are you doing? Well, today we're gonna do some Planet Zoo. We're gonna build a dome. I did put out like a little bit of a, what do you guys want me to build today? And as we've finished this week's episode, the fine detailing on our like mixed species tropical habitat has now been completed. We're going to be doing something a little bit different. And we're building a nice big dome that's going to house as many of the new tropical animals as possible and some little extras as well. I've kind of planned it out. I have a little bit of a... Let me just have a quick grab my little notes that I took today when I was at work. So this dome is going to be huge. It's going to contain a mixed species habitat for the law gibbon, the Asian small-clawed otter, Bornean orangutan and the siamang. Then we're going to have a water monitor on its own. We're going to have a fossa, a Komodo dragon, a binturong and sun bear combined habitat, a pangolin, a cassowary, the sloth, then a mixed species habitat with a red river hog, bonobo, pygmy hippo, okapi and bongo, and finish it off with a mandrill. That's obviously not all going to be done in one episode, but I think that's probably what the dome or domes are going to contain. Let's go over and I'll show you what I was working on this week. That's going to be in Saturday's episode. Right, so we'll just let things go a little bit here. So here we are. This is our kind of finished and fully detailed habitat. It's just going to start raining here as well. So we're just going to little swoop around here. I ended up, I took the maned wolf out, but then I thought, screw it, let's put the maned wolf back in. So the maned wolf is staying here. And it is joined in this big habitat by, as you can see in the background here, our giant anteater. Somewhere in here, you can hear them, the capuchin monkeys. Then we have, let me just see if any of them are coming out to play. Where are you? They're probably hiding from the rain, so let's just go have a quick look down here. In the little cave. More maned wolves, there's the capuchins, and another giant anteater. So where are our birds tapir hiding? They're going to be somewhere. Maybe in this one. Yeah, they're in here. I can see them. Got a little baby bird's tapir there with some lovely patterning. And then the other two in here having a little sleep. But yes, let's have a quick look at this habitat. Excuse the terrible camera work here. So we've got some lovely... Oh, the 9-banded armadillo. I forgot about them. Yep, they're here as well. Anyway, up here we've got some lovely little... tree houses for our capuchins, and as you can see the guests have like a wide range, which has caused a little bit of an issue. Some of the animals are getting stressed at the moment in here, which we're going to try and avoid, so I'll have to do a little bit of work to give them a little bit more hiding space, potentially extending that underground area or just erecting some higher barriers to stop guests looking in and causing too much of a nuisance. You can see here got a lot of crowding here and a lot of litter, so I'm going to have to sort that out. Good evening, Georgia. So let's have a little look back down here. We've got this lovely little mangrove forest, which is where most of the 9-banded armadillos are kind of hanging out at the moment. And then through here, you can see some staff bridges. Now, I thought this would be a really cool effect to have like little slats with gaps in them for our guests, or staff, sorry, to get across. And actually what happens is they'll step on one and then glitch out, and then step on the other and then glitch out, which when they're walking across they kind of turn invisible briefly and then become visible again as they're walking across, which meant when I was doing the cinematics for this episode it was a bit of a nightmare. I can't actually show you the stuff walking across. Then over here we've got our little pool, which has a little bit more depth. The 9-banded armadillo again come here quite often, and then our water regulator, shall we say, up top, that doesn't look like upside down drinks cans anymore, thankfully. And then further down here, past the foraging pit and the mirrors, we'll go in here. Ooh, not too far into the grass, a little bit further along. Lots of space for guests to kind of look in and see this. Down into the temple, which you've already seen briefly. But what I have done here is we've kind of put a little bit of a hole in the top here. So what should happen is, and these are the new lanterns, of course, from the new pack. I thought kind of combining the South American and the Asian sort of stuff wouldn't be too much of a problem. But yeah, if we just go up out of this little light there, we've got this nice area here next to this nice little pool. And our main wolves are having a nice time here as well. Had a couple of offspring born, but if we go all the way up to the top here, now this has been used. I have captured a capuchin in here, up there playing its piano, overlooking this area here. And they do kind of come down here. I did have to end up sinking some little bits and pieces into here, like the little climbable platforms. But they are now done and they are interactable. A couple of issues that I have had though is since we could make things climbable and toggle climbable on and off, our jaguars escaped using this tree here, which is quite frustrating. Excuse the litter, I'm going to get that all sorted. But yeah, that's where we're at the moment. This is the finished habitat for this weekend that you're going to see. We're going to build something new today though. So let's head on over to our new build area. And I think what I'm going to do is, I'm going to build most of this on stream and eventually do like a big episode where I do all of the extra bits and pieces. So if we take our entrance here, I created this little, it was meant to be like a little seating area, but I'm actually going to get rid of it and expand an area all the way out to here. Today we're going to build the dome that's going to kind of form up this whole area. Now let me just have a look. Excuse the inbreeding that's going on here. I need to sort some of that out. We got some stress, some low welfare. I just wanted to get the daytime, so we're just going to speed things up and ignore what's going on in the background here. It's actually sunset, so we're going to have to wait. We might as well do a nice little overview of the whole space and how we're getting on. You can see right here our kind of tropical wetlands district is kind of backing out now onto Old Town. And I'd thought about putting another station in this area here, which is probably going to happen just to break up the guests a little bit. They do have a pathway that they can walk all the way around now to get to Old Town, and it brings them out by the farms. But yeah, there's a lot more we can be doing here. And I think definitely putting in a new station there's a good idea. And my other thought was to just put another tropical wetlands or like some sort of traversal species in there to finish it all off. You can see we need to do a lot of lighting work as well just to get everything fixed up and looking good again, because these are the little bits and pieces that we haven't actually put in place yet. So we're going to need to do that at some point. But right now, not too much of an issue. The zoo's looking great. We've got a lot of work to do here still. As you can see, I'm going to start moving into this tunnel area here and then down into what will be our North American wetlands area. And then around here at this point, we're going to start moving into like African areas. So it's time to just pause things for a second. You can see my finances did take a huge dent while I was building this week because I had to close the zoo. I put all the animals into storage and I've just had to take them all back out again to sort out a few things. What I'll probably do is set up a separate franchise where I'm going to put all of my young animals and just kind of make it a bit of a breeding zoo to get research done and stuff, because I think long term it's going to help this kind of movement within this zoo, which is the main focus of my series and builds and stuff. So that's something that I'm probably going to do off camera, just so I can put the young offspring into a separate kind of habitat and stuff, so that I can keep them away and just get everything sorted. So yes, that's where we're at the moment. And yeah, how is everybody doing before I actually start this build? Good to see you all here as well, by the way. Hello, Tiger Bear and Georgia and Diz and Wolfie and everybody else who's currently watching. We're going to start off now with our build. But yeah, let me know how you guys are all doing, because I like to hear from you and it gives me something to talk about while I'm actually building. So I'm going to start this off with some plaster. And the idea is this is going to sink into the ground, and we're going to start building our dome. Now, I want it to be quite big because there's going to be a lot in this one. And it's also going to have quite a bit of height on it. I am very well, thank you, Diz. Good to hear you're doing well too. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this and bring it up. and then bring it up again. Now, this is actually going to end up being underground. Oh, Zooception. Do you know what? I've not done... I don't think I've done any of the career mode stuff. I'm way behind on that. So, yeah, I should probably do it because I know you get the trophies and stuff from doing them. So that might be a good idea for me moving forward. Then I'm going to grab another plaster floor here, and I'm just going to bring it across like here. So what we're going to get is 8 meters going down. I think maybe we should just go with the full extension here and go to 12. And then we'll duplicate this across. Now, what have we got so far? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This, like I said, is going to be a pretty huge dome. So we want to go, that's 10, that's 15, and that's 20. Now, if I grab this, is that going to be good, or are we going to need more? I just exit this a second, just so I can work out what it's all going to look like. That's quite small. So we're going to continue going. So it is very much a superstructure, and I think that is probably going to cover it. So we're then going to edit this. We're going to duplicate that one and bring it all the way to here. Now, it's been a while since I built like dome structures in Planet Zoo, so this could be a little bit of a testing period for us. Right, so we kind of need to find the center point of this, which I probably should have done a while back. But actually what we can do is if we just go... What have I got then? If I just highlight all of this and then remove these bits, I've got 40 there. So we need to go 20 blocks along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 20. So that middle square there is actually our midpoint. So I'm just going to move that one square along, and then we'll delete the rest of them because we don't need them. Okay, cool. Right, that kind of gives me a bit of an idea of how big this thing's going to be. And I do have an idea to kind of put on some like smaller domed sections and stuff just to really flesh it all out. But for now, we've got this rotating area here. That's fairly sizable. I think we can definitely fit a few habitats in there. Right, now we can start working on the kind of dome structure itself. The idea here is we're going to have guest facilities, staff rooms and stuff inside that whole dome, but the large structure of it is going to have like sprawling trees and stuff, very similar to what we're already doing in the wetlands with the rainforest animals and stuff, but it's going to have a little bit more to it, and I'm going to be able to cover a lot of it in a lot more foliage, and it's just going to be this kind of perpetual daylight, I guess, that we have in there. And then we're going to have like some of the areas where the dome kind of dips down and you're looking at the outside of the dome. We can then put in some artificial roof pieces, turn them into planters, have stuff growing onto the top of them and things, which is why I want most of it to be underground. And then we can carve out some tunnels and stuff for staff entrances, the metro system that I keep talking about putting in place using the monorails and things, because all of those things need to be planned out. And what I'd also thought about doing is putting in some more guest spawners here so that we can freely have guests coming in at different areas within the zoo and then move them through the zoo in a little bit more of a safe way, because at the moment my guest entrances are getting so chock full and it's anxiety inducing, if I'm being honest. Right, next then, let's start building the actual glass sections of our dome here. So what I want to do is, at some point that's going to be deleted, because I can just rotate the whole thing around. So all I want to do is build up this wall here. Make that good, then we'll spin everything around, duplicating it. You've seen how people build domes in Planet Zoo before. It's a pretty simple thing. I have also unlocked all of the new kind of structures, so we're going to have a look at the new content pack, and we're going to have a look at the kind of stuff that we've got to play with. I've already put a few of these in the zoo, and lots of them look really cool. So like these gilded trims look really nice. We can put some of these in on like kind of this area here, and all of it looks really cool. But what we do need to be careful of is how this is all going to look when we actually get it in place. Hello Maddie, welcome to the streams, great to have you here. And yeah, so what I want to do is we need to put some sort of supporting block in here, and we have to kind of be aware of the fact that we're going to be doing a mixture of species that are from Indonesia, Australia, all of that sort of stuff. So Australia gives us a lot of stuff to go with here, so we can kind of combine the tropical and Australian packs. So what I'm looking for is synergy in those build pieces. So if we have a look at the Australia pack as well, because there's some really nice bits in there that I could definitely make use of for the supporting structure in here, like these metal rods. So the thick ones, if we can get these thick rods, they're not thick enough. What about the beams? Because I've used these quite a lot and I do like them. And again, that's the small one. The large ones, now they don't quite give me what I'm looking for. What I want is something quite wide that goes across both of these. Now I could use the girders, but I'd like to use something a little bit different this time, although it doesn't look like that's going to be possible. We could go with these planks, which I think always look cool. But again, I don't want wood. I would like dark metal for in here. So that's probably what we're going to be looking for. And there's nothing here, so I'm wondering if just going for the girders is the correct option, just to give it a little bit more of a kind of modern twist. I think we'll go with the girders. We'll just rotate them around and then sink them into the ground here. And then there is a cap, isn't there? It's steel. One annoying thing about it is it's not steel. Is it metal? It's just metal. I should favourite some of these things so I've got easier access to them. But yeah, the one annoying thing is the actual girders are called girders, but then the little supports are just something altogether different. So like here, New World Architecture beam, but then if they all just called them girders, it would be fine. Anyway, that's that rant over and done with. Let's move on. We're going to then pop this down and just make sure that it sinks right into the ground. Obviously, like I've already said, this is going to be underground, so we don't need to pay any mind really to what it's going to look like at the moment, because we're going to sink this entire plaster part down underneath the ground. And then we can make any adjustments that we want to make to the terrain and things in and around that area. So that's going in, because it kind of opens up a whole world of opportunity for us with developing this area. So what we could do is we could take different bits of the plaster out and fit in some exhibits, so that those exhibits are like sunk into the earth, and this whole like rotunda area is actually just this huge habitat. And I'd thought about planning for the actual eventually when we do an Arctic expansion to this zoo, we're going to need to do something similar. And what I'd like to do is create some you know, those little pods that you can go and stay in, usually in like Norway and just on the outskirts of like where you're going to be able to see the northern lights and stuff. And they've got these like glass pods where you can stay and it's warm and cozy and they look really cool, and then you can just stare up at the northern lights and they're all complete. I'd thought about doing something similar in my winter biome, basically, so we can have this feeling of perpetual winter and keep those animals safe in what is actually a temperate zoo. So that's what we're going to be looking to do anyway. But I'm digressing here. I'm talking about stuff that we are a long way away from taking part in and doing. Next, then we'll just rotate some of these around to add the structure in there, and another one down here. And I'd like to just leave this quite basic for now. Because we know that these are built on the grid and they're just those simple plaster walls, we can come back and snap stuff to that whenever we feel like it. And also, these are literally just a structure. Everything else is going to be built around that, so we could even stick some cladding and stuff onto it to give it a little bit more of a feel to it. And that should hopefully put us in a good position. Although, I've just remembered, when I start doing this, I don't know if I can actually... I'm just going to do a test here because... Like I said, it's been a while since I built anything like this. We're just going to try and duplicate and rotate this into position. That's another thing I'm going to need to be aware of. So if we do this, I don't think I can then merge these pieces into one group. No, we can't. Right, so we are going to need to replace these with panels. And that's fine. That's not a problem. But, you know, when you're doing this sort of stuff, it's often good to get these things, have that knowledge before you actually start doing it. But like I said, it has been a very long time since I built round pieces and made these sort of structures in Planet Zoo. The last time I did it was back in Saltwell Safari Park when I was making the lemur habitat. So we'll push all of these back a little bit further so that they, once again, just sink into this area here. And we'll have them a little bit closer to the front because, as you can see, we've got a little bit more space and scope for development now because those panels are a little bit slimmer. I'm going to get rid of these ones because we don't actually need them. And now actually when I rotate, I'm hoping that this still works. It does. Good. Right, that's what I want. So yeah, that gives us a lot more. That gives us stuff to play with. Right, so we can just continue working on the panels here. And like I said, I don't want to do too much on these because now I'm going to be able to like snap stuff to it. For example, let's just take this. I can now snap these on the corner or like turn them off and align them to it. And it gives me a lot to play with when I eventually area in the underground section. But the important bit to build now is the glass roof. And this needs to be kind of a completed structure before we sink it into position. This is where it's going to get a little bit difficult. So, first things first, I'm going to bring this girder all the way up because this is going to need to match quite nicely and neatly moving forward. We want to try and eliminate clipping in this because if it gets too out of control, we'll be in a bit of a troubling time when we actually go to finishing off this roof section. Next then, I think we need something to just bulk it all out and start allowing us to bring in the glass structure that's going to make up the large dome here. And we need to kind of work out what our angles are going to be so that we can start adding supports and stuff to it. So we'll grab one of these plaster walls a second and then just bring this all the way up. Now, I probably won't go for 4 meters all the way because we need to be aware of the fact that this is going to have to cover quite a large angle. Remember when we sink this down into the ground, if we just go make it flat and then pull it up 1, I'm working on a 15-degree angle here. Because then effectively what we're going to get is this just needs to, this will then continue on all the way up to the middle. And then eventually what's going to happen is once it's all completed, we're going to sink the whole thing down into the ground so that that top lip there is the only thing that's sticking out. So it's got to have this curve as it goes up because eventually this is all you're going to see. And then guests are going to be able to go down into the new kind of area if that makes sense at all. I hope it does. Right, so I want this to have a nice curve to it, though, so we need to not use those 4-meter pieces. And what we should probably be looking to bring into it is, let's have a look at what glass we've got to play with, because I have an idea, and I'd like to use the new modern slim glass panels. Where are they? These 2x4 thin pieces here. But they need something about them. They need to have like an extra thing put on them. So what we're actually going to need to do is, that's what I'm going to use. We're going to use a series of them all linked up together and working in tandem to create this lovely dome going all the way around. We'll have to like carve out an entranceway for guests and probably a couple of other areas as it breaks off. I'd like them to go to other smaller domes where we have some other habitats and stuff. And it's kind of going to resemble the Eden project. I don't know if any of you have seen it. It's basically a huge series of greenhouses where they have a lot of tropical plants and there's biological studies and stuff. It's really cool. Whoa, that's not where I want to rotate you. Thank you very much. You just get back to where you were. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're just going to put a little lip on here. And I think probably the girders will be a good route to go again. The girder, that'll do. I could have just duplicated that one. Right, okay, so we're going to duplicate this and rotate it around. And then slot that one in. Just bring it all the way to the edge there. And then that kind of gives us a little bit of a weird lip at the top, but we can cope with that, actually. That's not too much of a problem. We just line it up right, and then we can duplicate. I've done this many times before, where you just duplicate these girders, and then we'll grab this one. Now I can't grab it. This game, honestly, always finds a way. Right, there we go, and then we'll undo that one, and then we can grab this one and bring it all the way down. And that gives us a little bit more structure to that top piece. The next issue, though, is going to be working out where we put this and how we curve it up to form a new structure. Now, I think that angle's pretty good, and then we can just confirm that, bring it up, and we'll start working on how it's all going to kind of form up together. What we do need to be aware of, though, again, is how this ends up getting to that middle piece. We can't have it going too high. We also don't want it to be too low. We've got to remember that this is going to be a usable structure for guests and animals. So when we have like big climbers, like a lot of the primates that we're putting in, we're going to need to make sure that there's plenty of space for them and they're able to actually, you know, do what they naturally do in a natural habitat without this interfering with things and making it too much of a nightmare for them. So the next kind of phase of this is going to be making sure that we build that up. But as we're building it up, we need to put supporting stuff in there as well, because we don't want to go too overboard, get this whole structure built, and then have like metal poles and stuff that we need to put in. It will just cause us far too much work. So we're going to go back to our metal structures here, and we're going to take those Australian, let me just get the Australia content pack out here, and then we need these metal beams. So we're going to go with the large metal beams, and as you can see, we already have issues there. So we're going to get rid of that. Then we will get a large metal beam. I'm going to grab my plaster wall panel here, but duplicate it, change in that metal beam, bring that up to the top, rotate it around. Then we know that that is directly in line with the plaster. So that fits in pretty nicely. Then we grab that, duplicate it, and we go back to our glass. And again, we want to kind of use some nice glass paneling here. This modern wall panel, 2x4 thin piece. So we'll rotate that round, bring it into position. And bring it up. Then we want to swap back to the world axis and just pull this up a little bit further so it's slightly sticking out. And again, we'll just come in and make sure that it's flush. Yeah, that's about right. And we'll just pull it along a little bit more. Okay, great. So that's looking good. Next, though, we need to add in some more supports on either side here. And we also need to extend this one and bring it up so that we end up with a nice finished kind of structure there. Then we'll duplicate this one. We'll go back to our metal. And again, filtering by the Australia pack. And in case you're just joining us, we're kind of creating a new dome here that's going to house all of the new tropical animals and a mixture of animals from Asia as well. So we're combining themes from the new pack and Australia because there's going to be a lot of, shall we say, Australasian theme as well as Madagascar as well. But yes, that's where we're at this moment in time. It's a little bit of a bitty stream, I'm afraid. It's just so that I can get all of this in place. But I think, as I've already said, this is going to be a unique to stream kind of thing. I'm not going to be building on this outside of a stream. It's all going to be done on stream. So we're going to develop this all the way. And rather than it being like speed builds, I will probably do a speed build at some point where I collate all of the footage and make a kind of series of episodes. But in general, a lot of the stuff you're seeing, we're going to do it all together on stream. Now, if I put snap on here, these little beams should snap in place where I want them to. Except, obviously, oh, we don't need these ones. So we're only building on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, sorry, or right-hand side, depending on which way you look at it. Because when we rotate this all around, it's going to end on this side here. Next up, I guess we just want to paint these black. We'll just have a quick look, because I don't think that's not lined up with the correct. It hasn't snapped to the right post, so we're going to move that. There we go. Now it's lined up, but also it means we need to just move this a little bit. I'll move it down a touch. And then we actually need to move it away a little bit so that it lines up properly. Okay, I think that works. I might actually turn that white. That might be better. Right, anyway, let's move on. So what we're going to need to do now is start moving this up. And hopefully I will be able to select all of these pieces without too much difficulty, duplicate it. Now, this is where we have an issue, because I want to... so this is where it's going to be tough. I want to move this whole structure into position without too much difficulty, but the game and the way it works on axes is not going to let me. And I haven't quite got used to these yet, as you can see. Right, so what I could do is just individually move each piece. So we bring this up so that it's at this point, and then do the same with this. Something like that. And then we'll grab this, and once again, this is easy. This can just line all the way up there. And as long as it's sinking into the join, we can then just duplicate that join there and stick it on the end there. Then we can grab the glass piece. Now this is probably about the time that I want the first kind of rotation to happen. Maybe not. Maybe we could go another one. Yeah. Just kind of thinking of what we've got to work with here, because that's the central point. That's where we're aiming to get to. So we'll continue everything else up a little bit. I wonder if, can I just duplicate these two pieces and will it? No, that doesn't help at all. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be doing this the hard way. I'm just going to grab this entire structure here, though, and I should be able to just move this up and across like so, and then just drop it down a little bit. Yeah, all right, that's what we're looking for with that one. So I think that fits quite nicely. Then I guess we'll go one more up here. And then again with this big structure here. I say big, it's not. It's just a frame. Get that framing into position. We're looking pretty good there. I think I had it and I've just messed it up. Drop it down a touch. There. Right, that'll do. Right. So, we've kind of moved around about 1.5 meters or so, I would think. And I just want to, before we go any further, just make sure that this is going to look okay. So this is essentially what it's going to end up all looking like. We've got slight overlaps in the glass, but I'm not too fussed about it, because it probably will end up creating an okay pattern. Problem is, if we go all the way around like there, we end up with these weird gaps in the glass, which we also don't want. So if we have the overlap, that's not... It's a better trade-off than having an absolute mess at the top. And of course, eventually, we'll just do a loose kind of rotation on the whole thing here. Then we'll undo it and continue our work. Right, so I've just got a little swatch there. And then what we will eventually do once it's complete is the whole thing will be sunk into the ground. Like so. And then we'll be digging down and generating the kind of underground area there. But I feel like we might need to make this an even longer space, because if I just cancel this a second and we grab one of them, if we then spin this all the way around, it's actually only going to end up there. So it's not actually as far as I want it to go. I want it to go further than this. So we need a wider angle, I guess, on the whole thing. So if I just go all the way back here, so we're back on this section again. And if we move this even further away, so let's go another... to here. Aha! That gives us a tighter angle. And a little bit less of an overlap. So what I'm going to do is we're going to continue moving it further away. I think another 2 squares might do it. And that should reduce the overlap very, very slowly. Yeah, okay, so that's good. That's what we're going to leave it at. We're going to continue building this up now. And I think we can probably get a an angle on it now. So first things first, we're going to measure where this kind of the middle point is going to be, because we know that's the end point. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So 32 we're at. So I think maybe we need to add another one on there. And if I have done this right, when I spin this around now, maybe we had it right. If we move this back, essentially that should spin on its own, and that middle point should form. So they should just overlap each other naturally, I think. Again, if any of you are a little bit more experienced than I am, that's the one. So now we have a natural midpoint there. That's what I'm looking for. Right, okay. Yeah, like I said, everyone, it's been a long time since I built anything round and as large as this in Planet Zoo. So we can get back to it now. Right. I know where my midpoint is. So what we can do is we can keep going up. And this is probably where we're going to have our first kind of rotation. And I want it to be a degree. So it's going to be a 15-degree rotation. There. And then, of course, everything else is going to have to move up with it. So we'll move this piece here. Bring that into position. And then this will come up, and that will also have a 15-degree rotation on it. That we'll have to position a bit more accurately ourselves. Without zooming in and messing the camera angle up. I'm actually going to flip this all the way around because I feel like having the control on this side is a bit easier. And it allows you to get a little bit of a better position on things. I mean, I don't know if there's actually enough length on this pipe. No, there isn't. So we actually have to put a second pipe in there. And the whole thing needs to just move a touch. Up, along, and then we'll rotate it ever so slightly. There. And I actually think that this one needs to move a little bit as well. Not that way, though. There. Great. Right. Now we can just keep going. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4 there. I'm going to do another 4 here. And again, the whole structure just moves forward a little bit more. And I think the reason why we've had to use a second block there is more to do with the fact that this is not in position properly. And that is probably a better angle for it. Something like that. I think that works better. Right, now, we'll come again. Whoa, that's that new, the new advanced move tools when you don't need them. So then this can come in. And I think it maybe needs to... Since we've moved the angle, it doesn't seem to... There's something not quite right about it since we changed the angle. And of course, because we changed the angle here and didn't do it as a 15 degree, the measurements are a little bit off. So I'm just going to reset the angle on it so that it's a 15 degree angle, just because it makes life so much easier when you're doing things by angles, especially when you're doing stuff like this. I always find anyway. Hey Seth, the dome is going to be a huge habitat that is sinking into the ground, I guess, containing about 10 new habitats. Might be linked between different domes, but yeah, it's essentially going to include all of the tropical animals, law gibbon, etc., that have just been released. But we're going to mix it up with a few different animals from other continents as well. But I think I've managed to kind of plan about 18 species to go into this. So it's going to be pretty big, which is why I'm playing with the idea of having multiple species and multiple domes coming into effect. But yeah, there's going to be a few mixed habitats and stuff in there as well. So, I do apologise. It's very slow building tonight. But hopefully, once we get the structure in place, we can start kind of digging out where things are going to go. And I'm probably going to build most of this on stream rather than doing speed buildy stuff. So we can do the whole thing together. Once I've kind of finished building up the dome itself, we're going to go back to this weekend's habitat, because we've got a lot more people in the stream now, and I kind of feel like I should show you. For those of you who've joined late, I feel like I should show you the new habitat, because it's now finished. The episode will be live this Saturday, and also this week's episode was my best 24 hours, best 48 hours of an episode being released, and I probably have to thank all of the new people for that who've come along and watched it. And I was very surprised seeing the numbers fly up. It might well have been because a lot of people thought I was releasing tropical pack stuff early, but I wasn't. Calling it a tropical habitat might have been a bit of a bad idea when the tropical pack is due to release. Right, we are definitely getting somewhere with this now. Just need to get this lined up, and I'm going to have a look at how far off my actual centre point I am. So we're still quite far off. And I don't really want to continue it any further on this angle. I want it to kind of angle again. But unfortunately, the next kind of step is how I want it to finish. So if we do another 15 degrees here, that's pretty much the apex of it. That's as high as kind of like high as I want the angle to be. And bear in mind that obviously we're going to be digging out the ground below this. I feel like we need to push up another. I feel like we need to extend all of these sections here. Now, I just want to try. I very much doubt this is going to work, but we'll give it a go. Because what I would like to happen is the game to allow me to select all of these pieces and just move them all. Without it being, yeah, okay, it's doing this thing. I'm just going to give it a go. I'm going to see if I can get this lined up nicely. Right, come on. I think that works. Then what I'm going to have to do is select all of these pieces here, including this and this. Then we're going to move this. No. You know when you get so used to duplicating and advanced moving stuff? You know what, Seth? I think that might be another thing that caused it. So I have to thank you for that. Yeah, that was something else I'd thought about. Maybe getting the super chat and stuff off your very kind self last week helped a lot. So again, thank you so much for that. I was quite taken aback by it. It definitely surprised me. So again, I have to say thank you so much for that. Right, this time we're just going to select it instead of duplicating the damn thing. Move that out of the way. And then we need to come back here. Grab this section. And these pieces here. Duplicate them. And if we can line these up, then I'll hopefully... Oh, it's... You know, the new piece, the new kind of movement thing is such a good idea, but I can't help but think it could have been implemented in a better way because it's so easy to accidentally toggle that. Especially after the issues I had last week with it. And also, Seth, for the record, I don't think it's arrogant of you to say that. I think it might be right. You know what the algorithm can be like sometimes. It definitely favours good kind of interactions and stuff. So make sure you like the stream if you're here. And let's get that chat nice and active. What are your favourite animals from the new pack, everybody? And is there anything that you didn't want that has made its way into it? Tell me that one. I like the controversial ones. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now we will grab this piece at the top here. I'm very happy with sloths, and I really like the idea of them being in a walk-through habitat. Has anybody put sloths in yet? And can you add butterflies in there with them? Because I think that would just be the sweetest thing. I would love to do that. So hopefully they can. Oh, Seth, you've done it again. What are you playing at, man? Thank you so much, honestly. Oh, that means so much. I'm very, very, honestly, so grateful for that. I never know how to, how these things kind of work when it comes to streaming. I know obviously in Twitch and stuff, it's very different. So to see it coming in, I think is just, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Seth. I really do appreciate that. I'm going to have to start dishing out like some sort of thank you button or something. I need to work on this streaming setup and everything before I can do anything like that. But honestly, man, it's so appreciated. Yeah, I'm going to be doing the same, Georgia. I haven't had time to play around with making custom stuff because I'd like to do something for the butterflies as well, but I've not had a great deal of time to add stuff in. Obviously, the bat bomb that I did a while ago in one of the earlier episodes in this series, I put a lot of time into that one, and that one turned out really well. But I think there'd be a load more that we need that I could play around with, and I'm quite looking forward to exploring that. Obviously, the bat bomb is on the workshop on Steam, so any of you wanting to use it can go and grab that. Hello, Joshua. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, anyone who's wanting to pick up the bat bomb, you can grab that off the workshop right now. But I could do something a bit more with the butterflies. Obviously, the one that we've got here near the entrance, that's got a little bit more to it. But I'd like to flesh out the insides of them. It's just until you research stuff and get all of the extra like exhibit stuff in, you don't really know how they're going to look. So I prefer to wait until I've done my research, get all of the enrichment stuff in them, and then think about decorating around it, because the last thing you kind of want to see is the butterflies clipping through stuff, I guess. Oh, I'm really glad you liked the bat bomb. It was one of my favorites. I really enjoyed building that one. So I'm looking at doing things a little bit different, especially for this build, because we're going to be dealing with a few underground pieces and stuff. I'd love to see toucans, actually, Josh. I think that would be a really good addition. Certainly some more birds. Like, I understand the difficulty with like the flying mechanics, I guess, would be tough. But if we've got these large scale exhibits that we can play around with now, maybe we can start thinking about adding birds. Like, even if it was just some small things like parrots and stuff, I think that would be a really nice thing to put in. So here we've got 8 going up and then 8 here. Then we go to 4. Now, I want to see how close I am now to the middle, because I don't want to go any higher. Is that the midpoint there? No. So I'm still quite far off. So maybe we should go with another 8 blocks here. So we'll grab this again. And this, yep, those sections, that's all gone in. And like I said earlier, I'm not too worried about decorating this yet, because we're going to make this one whole piece once we've duplicated it and removed the guides out. And I think this should do it. So I can like add new things to it and extra bits and pieces on there, and that should help us finish it all off. At the moment, it can be really basic. That's not a problem. I just kind of want to get the dome done so we can start digging out an area and working out what we've got to work with, because you can't see there, but that's a big list of animals that I'm going to put in. So I'd quite like to have like the mandrills on this like central island, as if that's their domain, and then the 2 larger, more expansive shared habitats on either side, and then smaller stuff. So the kind of the water monitor, I'd quite like to have that as like a really large exhibit rather than a habitat that people look into. So there'd be like a little back room and lots of other bits and pieces added in there. And I imagine that while this kind of is the guest area, there's actually further stuff dug out into the ground that the staff are going to have access to. So there's going to be like a little warren behind the scenes that's going to allow our staff to access everything in this underground section. And that's one of the reasons why it's going to go so deep into the ground. I mean, we could maybe go a little bit deeper. We're at 12 meters, I think, at the moment when we get this finally finished off. But we could go a little deeper. Oh, thank you, Seth. Honestly, man, this is too much. Too much. I appreciate that so much. it's been a crazy journey since this kind of all took off. I mean, the hard work when you kind of do YouTube, it all starts when you get monetized, I guess. Like when you get that 1,000 subs and the watch time complete, you're then kind of, you go from being a small fish surrounded by small fish in a very large pond to being something just a little bit more, but the kind of pressure to create and put yourself out there a little bit more just gets bigger and bigger. But yeah, you're our donation emp, Seth. We're gonna have to build you something in your honor in the zoo. We better make a shrine to Seth. Right, so we're just going to fill this all the way along now. And that should, I mean, hopefully anyway, match us up with the middle of this whole section. That's 6. And 7. Eight. We're right over it, but I don't think we're quite at the middle. We're not. We're about... We're a couple of meters short. Oh, we're so close. But I'm actually going to leave the top open. Okay, it's the moment of truth. So it's very basic, like I said. Incredibly basic at the moment, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be too detailed, because the next steps are going to be where we can think about adding the detail on. Now, because this is so big, the rotations are going to be an absolute nightmare. Ah, okay, Seth. Right, I have planned in the beavers. They are going to be in the next kind of phase of development over on the actual speed build stuff. So that's good to know. It means we can we'll build our beaver habitat in your honor. And we can give you a job as a keeper. and a work zone just for you. So your whole purpose is to look after the beavers. Right, so I'm just kind of looking now to see if this is all kind of matching up properly. We've got a gap there, but we don't have any here. Yep, so I think this just needs to rotate back in just a touch. And the problem is, the rotations are a little bit of a nightmare. Now, I don't have any angle snap going on here. And for some reason, it's now not letting me rotate. Oh, it is. It's just rotated all the way over there. It's very, very fine margins. Right, okay, that's what we'll do. The beaver habitat is all yours. I haven't figured out where I'm going to put it yet, but when I do, that's the plan. So this is the absolute moment of truth. If this all goes all the way around and we get this working, I will be absolutely amazed, because it has been such a long time since I built a dome. And for this to work, first attempt, after... Oh God, I've been doing this for an hour. This is my other problem with Planet Zoo. You kind of get sucked into doing one thing, and then suddenly it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you've built a toilet. But so far it's looking pretty good. I quite like the way that the overlaps on the glass increase as we go up, and then eventually we end up with this multi-overlapping pattern at the top, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Actually, that gives us a really nice effect. So really cool. It just needs to work perfectly, and once this is lined up, we can sink it into the ground and start digging out the rest of the area. And what I might actually do is I might put a barrier all the way around it so I can see the square footage of the entire location. Then I'll kind of know how possible it's going to be to squeeze in as many of the habitats that I have planned for this dome, or if we need to branch off and create some smaller domes. Now, what I will add is I have said I want to build this on stream. I'm not going to be if I need to expand the domes, I'm not building a dome every stream. I'm just going to do them in advance, and then we can start doing the interesting stuff. I don't want to bore you with another hour of building a dome and me not knowing what the hell I'm doing. I'd rather just get straight into the good stuff. So gone quiet because I'm focusing. The big question of the night, though, is what are we playing after this? Do we want some Farthest Frontier, or do we want some more Terra Nil? Do you want to see the Tenants? Whatever. There's a lot that I can put down. Unfortunately, we can't do 2-point campus because I actually finished the challenge mode yesterday. So a very, very helpful commenter gave me some good tips, and I actually finished it first try after following a tip. So that is done now, and I can record the audio for that and put out a loose guide on how it all goes. But that was fun. Didn't end the way I wanted it to end, mind, because I did Georgia. I'm sorry, but I had to. I don't think I could deal with another night of it. And because it's like an active series on the channel, I didn't think I could put any more time into it. I just had to do it. So I got that finished this morning. Was it this morning or was it last night? It was last night. But yeah, it ended with me just selling off all of the rooms and stuff, and Farthest Frontier. Maybe we'll have a little look at Farthest Frontier and see how everybody's doing. Make sure that the bears haven't eaten anyone. How's this looking from above right now? Ooh. That's nice. I'm happy with this. This is looking good. And it's very, very sizable, which is what I'm looking for as well. So ideally this would be the just the first of like, and then we'll have a couple branching off. And what we could do is we could maybe try and experiment with some underwater viewing areas and stuff. Well, I mean, I could do a rerun, see if I can beat my high score. But yeah, it was it was a tough level, that one. But yes, I think it was Kirsty. Oh, I can't remember her second name or the other part of her channel, but yeah, she was the one who gave me the advice, and it was incredibly helpful. I've just built that a little bit too. We're almost at the halfway point. Well, you're invested in other stuff, so it doesn't matter, does it? We can play something else. It actually means I can finally start on the career mode level for that expansion, because that's been a long time coming as well. Right, that's the halfway point. There's a nice gap in the middle there as well, which I think is really cool. We could put something on the top of that, or I'm kind of tempted to just leave it open. And then my idea for the kind of inside and stuff. No worries, Diz. Enjoy whichever you play, whether it's Relaxing Animals or Death Claws. I'd like a Death Claw DLC for Planet Zoo. Just, you know, putting it out there. Should we do a post-apocalyptic zoo? Ah, there. Right, okay. So this is the probably the most tedious bit about dome building, is getting all of these lined up. And I'm pretty sure by now I could have actually copied the half that I've got to and bring it all the way around to line it all up, but I like to do mine this way. It can be quite tedious. It's probably tedious to watch as a viewer, which is why if we do end up building more domes in this section, I won't be showing you me building them. I'll just build them in advance, or nick one from the workshop and credit the person who built it for me, because my god, this is not great. However, at least we have this method of building domes, because if I wanted to build this by hand with each individual piece, I'd be here forever. I've also just noticed my finances are depleting rapidly, because every single one of these costs about 2,900 or 2,090 to build. We've got enough budget to last us until we actually complete the dome, and once that's done, the rest of it isn't too much of an issue. I've seen some incredible domes built in this game, and this is very basic compared to them. So, I'd hate to see what the overall value of this is, though. It's probably knocking on about 100,000. Maybe even 200,000, but we're getting there. We're almost there. Obviously, we're going to need to delete bits of it so that we can build the actual dome entrance, which is obviously going to be above ground and then going into it. But we can put some nice walkways and stuff in. And then obviously we can build underground tunnels as well to take guests between domes if we do end up building more. I'd quite like to put... yeah, that I could do. I've got a load of exhibits. That's another thing we need to do. We need to add some exhibits to the wetlands biome. I've been saying for a while that I'm going to move the axolotl and stuff that I've got there. There we go. Still going around. Almost there. I don't want to do it too, quickly as well, because that's when mistakes happen. So if we get stuff in... Keep going. Nearly there. And actually what we can do, this could actually be a walkway that we have in as well, but because those aren't plaster, they're plaster 4 meter pieces, it's not going to work. So we'd have to replace them with plaster panels, and then we'd have a walkway going all the way around, but we're not going to do that anyway. We're going to continue working on stuff, because there's going to be some shops and things in here, some guest facilities, toilets, shops, food vendors and stuff, maybe even a restaurant. And this bit in the middle here, that is just the the slightest gap right there. In fact, can I move this just the tiniest bit? Oh. Yes. We did it. We've made the dome. Right. Now then. Now what we need to do is remove the end pieces and then merge everything together. So we just go to here and take that out, then all the way around, just removing these smaller pieces. Now obviously you can see where there's kind of gaps in the plaster as I'm taking this out, and that's just where things maybe didn't quite line up properly. But because as a complete structure, it doesn't look very, you'll not see any issues with it. Because as a complete structure, it looks like one large piece. And soon enough, it will be. Because what we'll do next is we're going to highlight every single piece here and merge it into a group. And this new group will be what we then kind of take all of our next steps from. So obviously we'll make adjustments. We'll probably do a separate build for like a guest entrance. And then we'll just take little bits out of the actual main dome so that guests have like an entrance way to go in, access everything that's going to be in here. And then that'll all be good. Almost there. Oh god, the lag. Keep getting lag spikes every now and then, and it's scary. Right then. That's all of those done. And then we'll come back to here. Whew. I don't want that tree in there, thank you. 99 objects in here. Wait a minute. Can't create a group with more than 5,000 pieces. Ha! Didn't anticipate that, did I? Right, well. How many pieces are in each of these? 143. That's 5,000 pieces. Okay. 99 times 100. Oh, yeah, that's like 10,000 pieces, isn't it? Okay. That, Oh, congrats, Georgia. I'm so happy. That's really nice to see. Well, I'm happy to, I'm going to push your Etsy shop because I think the stuff that you make is really cool. So let's talk. We'll sort something out in Discord, and let's put something together. I think it'd be really cool. Right, so I can't even move these, unfortunately. Wait, I must be able to. Hang on. Oh, we made it too big. Oh, no. Right, hang on. Right, so there's 99 objects. If I can just grab like 48 of them, that's still too many. 47 is too many. 46. Okay, right, hang on then. Let's keep whittling this down, see what we can get, because we may need to do these in separate chunks, I guess. Right, there we go. So 35 is too many, but 34 is just right. Oh no, honestly, Georgia, always happy to help. You know, small creators, small businesses, it's all the same. I've run a small business myself for quite a while, and it's tough. So let's definitely let's talk about setting something up. I think that'd be a really good idea. Right, okay, so again, we're just gonna... Man, this is annoying. I forgot about this 5,000 limit. But now that these are, like... Oh, yeah, I can't even move them. This was going so well. So that's 4,862 objects. Here's a plan, though. Let's just have a quick look, because if I can do the top of the dome and the bottom of the dome separately... No, I don't think we can. Right, I've got a plan then. Let's just sort this out here. We've got the lion's share of it together. So we're just gonna have to these will be the next sections, I guess. So we then end up with 3 groups, and then we just need to find a way to get these in position. And what I'll have to do is I'll just have to make sure... Problem now is we can't actually add anything more to these groups. So we're probably going to have to work out a way to get these working independently. So the next step anyway is to pop these down into the ground like that. The same again with this one. And we just need to make sure that where there are joins here, okay, right. What I'm going to need to do is find out exactly where I want this dome to go, because we need to get everything moved into position now. So I'm going to put it here, and then we'll move it back a little bit. And that gives us a nice kind of lead up to get into the place where it's going to be. I then need to slowly merge each piece into position I completely forgot about this 5,000 piece limit, and it's really thrown the whole thing off. So we just need to take each section and line it up correctly. So this is where I want it to be. Gives me plenty of space to kind of fit like a forested area around it and do a lot of terraforming and things like that. So next up, we just need to get everything put into position correctly, which means sinking this piece into the ground and then matching it all up again. There's probably a mod to get around the 5,000 piece limit, but I have no interest in messing around with mods, so we just have to cope with the cards we've been dealt, unfortunately. Right, so the next step is going to be to just line this up. And of course, it's going to be difficult because that's just Planet Zoo for you. Nothing quite matches up. See, that's not right either. That is, though. Oh, right, okay, that's done. I never want to move these pieces ever again. Ever. Yeah, I am. Why did I decide to do this? Tell me. I know, I do. That's very true. Staying an extra hour to try another level of 2-point campus. Yep. Okay. Chat says do it. Lee does it. Right, okay, I think this is just one more nudge. Is this it? I think this is it. Right, now let's just loop around the other side here. In fact, the easiest way to do it is going to be to look at the top. I think there's some issue on the top there, but we're going to have to do... We'll do a separate top piece. Ah, it is not it. Okay. Back to the drawing board, I guess. Right, okay, let's have a look around here. It's there. No. If we go back to world axis, let's see if this helps us out. Ah, there. That does it. Right, now. We have what appears to be slight overlap there. But I think this is probably as good as it's going to get. After that little mishap. So in here, the Gaming Realm, welcome to the stream, we are going to have a load of different animals. It's why it's so big and why that 5,000 piece count has been reached. You can see there's nothing around it at the moment, but there's the rest of the zoo for you so far anyway. There's going to be about 10 different habitats squeezed into this, featuring about 18 animals. It may well be that we create some different domes over the side of it, but basically a lot of the new tropical animals are going to be in here. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly draw a barrier all the way around it, just so I can kind of get a rough idea of how big this whole space is now. I think it's going to be pretty huge, which is good, because that's what I was looking for. So we're going to have basically all of the new tropical animals, as well as some stuff from Asia, Australia, and a few other bits and pieces. Basically, if they're tropical and can kind of share habitats, that's what we're looking to put in here. So if I can just draw this habitat barrier all the way around. Now, obviously, this isn't going to be staying. I'm going to delete the whole thing. I just want to get an idea of how much space we are going to be working with in this dome. And then we're going to dig out the underground area. Ah, don't be daft. There's I try to notice everybody and keep up with the chat. Honestly. You guys make the episodes, so I'd have nothing to talk about if you weren't here. So I always do my best to interact with chat. Don't you worry about it. You'll be noticed several times if you stick around, I promise. I do have a list of animals that we're going to put in here. I will happily go through them in a moment because I do need to take a little bit of a break. So without manually adjusting the sliders, if you grab the this tool here, you can just play around with it. We're still getting a big join in there, but I think because of the size of the pieces, I'm not going to get that lined up. Then if we just put a gate in here, we can then just grab this. So it's 11,848 square meters. That's a big habitat. So we've got a lot that we can put in here now, I think. And that's going to be really useful for us. What I am going to do is this area where we've got the overlap. We're going to make that our doorway, I think. So we know we've got 11,000 square meters to play with in there. Next up, we'll just grab our terrain stamp tool. I'm going to find the edge here. Hey. Come on now. Thank you. And then we'll grab our flatten the foundation tool. And we'll start digging away the earth here. And then we can add another stamp in. Going even further down. And one more. Right, there's the bottom. So we'll bring this up as well. Oh, you play Planet Zoo 2, Ron? I will be over to check that out. I always like to find other smaller, like, Planet Zoo creators. There's a lot out there now. We'll just soften this a little bit and bring it down. I want to try and get it as level as possible with my foundations here. A little bit more, I think. There. I think that is what we're looking for. Maybe down a little bit. I don't think we're going to... Oh, chisel. There. Perfect. Right, now this... Now we're talking. Yeah, just that manual adjustment. Diz, my honest opinion on the new arrow feature is I like it. I think it's I think they could have implemented it better. I think it's quite difficult at the moment to notice when you actually like accidentally using it. And I also think the tooltip could have been utilised a little better, in my opinion. I think that could just be because I'm not used to it yet, and I've got a long way to go to kind of get used to it. But as great a feature it is, I think the usability of it and the functionality of it isn't amazing. Yeah, honestly, Realm, just keep at it. Keep putting stuff out there. You might be young, but you've got a lot more time than I have. I'm 33 now, mate, and I was a late bloomer. Took me a long time to kind of just start doing it, and I put myself off doing it a lot of the time. But since I started doing it and started doing it regularly, I've been having a lot of fun. The growth is always slow. The algorithm doesn't favour you at first, but then once you get your first 100 subscribers, it kind of comes up a little bit, and then... Yeah, it's literally just about, you know, keep at it, is my advice. I mean, I don't claim to be big or anything, but I am building a community that I like, and a community that I would be proud to be part of, and there's a lot of nice people here. It's very supportive, it's a really nice group, and yeah, that's my advice. It took a long time for me to get started, and... I kind of wish I'd done it earlier. and also don't do it for the money at first. In fact, never do it for the money. Never do it for the money. Do it because you like doing it. See a lot of people, and I was in a lot of groups when I first started, of people who are like, they're doing it to get to that monetization stuff. If that's the only reason you're in it for, don't bother, because my God, you have to be very lucky. I'm lucky to get what I get from it, and it's not a lot, but I do it because I like to do it. I'm from like a creative background, so during lockdown it was quite tough. I didn't do a lot of creative stuff because my line of work was acting, directing, filmmaking, all of that sort of stuff. I ran a business that provided like rehearsal spaces and stuff, and obviously during lockdown that didn't happen. So with the free time I started doing this, and I've never looked back. And it's been a great journey so far. Oh yeah, staff areas are the worst. Like they're the one things that I don't like building. The last few that I've built, I've really been proud of, but it takes a long time, and I'd much rather just be building habitats all the time, because that's what the game's about. Building these amazing large habitats, which eventually this one is going to be. Once we kind of get the foundations in place. I'm realizing now that I've built it much larger than I'd anticipated, because this is taking a lot. I'm running out of money, guys. We're gonna finish this off, and I'm not gonna be able to build anything in it. Well, what are we at? 191 grand. We started with 398 or something. But yeah, the lockdowns. Yeah, you're right, Diz. They did set a lot of people back. So, but they also opened creative avenues for people that might not have had them in the first place. Like honestly, I would have continued looking for excuses not to start doing stuff on YouTube if it wasn't for not having any other creative outlet, because I forced myself to do it. And at first I wanted to play loads of random stuff, and I still do play other bits and pieces. I still get enjoyment out of other stuff, but it was the Planet Zoo videos that really took off for me, and that's kind of where I'm at now. Making sure that the stuff that people are here for continues to be churned out. And at first, like when I started getting like, you know, into my first like few hundred, whenever I put out like a video of a game that people weren't really interested in, I'd lose subscribers and stuff. But you know that you don't want them to watch you for a game you play at the end of the day. You want them to kind of watch you for you. You want them to like you as a content creator, not just the content you create. So that's why it's important to always be yourself on these things. I see a lot of people who like come into a video like, hey guys, or do the whole, you know, that typical YouTuber thing. I did play Zoo Tycoon when I was younger, Seth. I absolutely loved it. Well, yeah, that's it as well, Diz. Again, you don't have to. You don't need to put commentary on. Planet Zoo soundtrack over a speed build. Plenty of people go for that. Some people, you know, my voice might be difficult to understand, or people might not like my voice, and they'll not stick around, because if they can't get on board with my voice, then that's that. Yeah, good. See, that's why I think, you know, that little kind of creative reset, especially for people who are working in that kind of creative industries, I think is really helpful. So while the lockdown, you know, it was bad for a lot of reasons, but it was also opened up a lot of new doors for people, I think. But yeah, back to Zoo Tycoon. I absolutely loved Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon. One of the first ones I actually played was Theme Park World on the Sega Mega Drive. Oh, I've never heard of that one actually, Gaming Realm. So that's if you find the name, I will. That sounds pretty cool. But yeah, Zoo Tycoon was a definite favourite of mine, especially with all of the expansions and stuff. It was a great game. We are finally done. Do you know what? I could have done that a lot quicker. But because I was chatting, that just seemed like the best way to do it. So we have now dug out this entire area. And just ignore this for now, because it's obviously not going to stay like that. We don't want it to look too rugged on the outside. So we'll bring all of this back in. Obviously, we're then going to get some overlap going back into the dome itself, but we'll smooth that all out. Ah, Wildlife Park. That was another one. I never had that, but yeah, I remember that. There's quite a few that have kind of popped up. Yes, the dinosaurs, lions, T-Rexes and whales. Yeah, the dinosaur packs for Zoo Tycoon. They were great. That actually reminds me, I do want to get back into Prehistoric Kingdom. I don't know what happened, but the last patch kind of wrecked it for me. I kept getting crashes, so I think they may have fixed the issues that I was having, but I've not had a chance to go back into it for a long time. So yeah, that'd be interesting to go back and have another look at Prehistoric Kingdom, because I had lots of plans for the early access of that, lots of stuff that I kind of wanted to do, never got round to it. Right, okay, you can see the land has kind of come back in here, so we're just going to chisel it back out. In fact, if we get our smooth tool now, is this going to help? Yes! Smooth this all out, get rid of it so that we can't see it in the dome. Obviously, it's probably going to cause some issues on the other side there. I'm actually just going to go and have a quick look. Yeah, so we don't actually want to see that part of the dome on the outside, so we'd be able to cover that up, though. It's not an issue, really. It's just how things go when you play around with these curves and stuff. You're always going to get some sort of extra bits and things. But what we can do is we'll fill them in with mulch. I'm planning on using a lot of mulch in this dome. I will say that now. So we'll put like a nice big ring of mulch all the way around, and that should solve the issues with the terrain kind of sinking as it is on the opposite side. But if we can get it as close as possible to the outskirts of the dome, it'll save us a lot of time. That's a good point, Seth. But what I was thinking of doing is having the staff areas underground and kind of just finding a spot here. Like, for example, we go here. We would take out this panel, chisel all the way through, and build a new path in there so that all of the guest and backstage areas would actually be underground and under the dome. So that what we've got in the actual dome itself is purely exhibit and guest stuff. But we could also kind of... And I'll be honest, I don't plan on just having this as like one big gaping kind of hole here. What I'd be doing is we'll raise some of the terrain back up and have like little bits and pieces in there and things. So loads of different things are planned for the actual inside of the dome. It's literally just making sure that we get the initial kind of build phase complete here. So that when I come back next stream, we can actually start mapping out some of the actual terrain inside it. But my word, this one is taking quite some time, so what we'll be doing is, once this is done, I am going to probably... okay, yeah, that's another, like, potential idea. I mean, we've got to remember... There's a lot of habitats going to be in here. I think we'll probably be able to fit all 10 of what I've got planned into this area. So we could end up doing that sort of stuff as well. But what is really frustrating me is that none of this is... There's something not quite working lining this up. So I'm gonna fix that off stream. It could be that, you know, I'm having some sort of issue with it and it's just not matching up properly, and certainly not how I want it to, because everywhere I look there's just a little bit of a weird gap in something. But I'll fix that off cam, and there we have it. Right, so this is the dome now. Guests will come down through this way, and then they've got this lovely big space. But obviously, there's going to be an area kind of around here where there's the entrance. The path will come down into the area here, and then we can start building loads of other stuff in here, including some really cool looking habitats. I am from the UK, the gaming realm. I'm in Newcastle upon Tyne, so northeast. You might have been able to tell by the accent, but yeah. But I do think this is going to look really nice, and that's good for now. We're going to leave the dome building now. Going to make a few adjustments. I'll make a couple of stuff like changes and stuff off cam just to get it all lined up properly, and then I'll maybe mark out where we're going to put in our entrance, because this is going to need to be a big entrance as we have a huge dome here. So it would probably be something like, let's just mark it out. If we go to our wall pieces, I'll just use like corrugated iron or something just to probably be that wide, I guess, and maybe this tall, and then like kind of come out a little bit. And obviously this would be a separate group, so we don't want it to interfere with the actual dome itself. If we did something like this and then just kind of found the center point of the dome itself, so it would kind of go into here. And obviously it would have to be on a decent kind of rotation, but it would look something like this. We'd have to get it lined up, like I said, properly, so that it goes in at a good angle. I think what's maybe happened is one of these is I've accidentally hit the wrong adjustment. So we'll probably have to do a couple of changes to this anyway, but that's much of a muchness. It doesn't really matter. I can sort that out. So effectively, we'd have this kind of as the entrance. Guests would come through. I think that works, but maybe we do it a little bit wider. And effectively what you would then have is, you know, a nice wide path, maybe 8 meters. And for argument's sake, it would just kind of come in here and then sort of arch downwards. That's funny you should say that, Gaming Realm. Earlier on in the stream, that's exactly what I was thinking of doing. And it was the Eden project that I'd taken the inspiration from. So we are on the same wavelength. So yeah, it would kind of come down into here, and then it could branch off in different directions, merge into smaller paths. So we just have this one solid path going all the way through. That kind of gives you a nice coverage of the whole area. And then we could have smaller paths going off in various different directions, curving down into the main body of the space, going down to ground level at various areas and things. And then what I would do is, for example, the Asian water monitor, what we'd do is we'd have that as kind of like a completely covered habitat, so it looks like an exhibit almost. So it would kind of come all the way along here, but be completely sealed off. So there's no kind of open areas. It's looking like just a very... Hello, Aura. Welcome to the stream. You're just catching the end of this kind of basic dome build, but I'm just explaining what's coming next as we kind of expand it. And this is going to be like a stream-only project. So, for example, the Asian water monitor we'd put in here. And essentially, if you remember how we're going to plan it, is there's going to be a staff path that runs around the entirety of this underground area, right all the way around the outside. So the staff would be able to access this habitat without being seen by anyone. It is, yes. The 30-minute drive is often considered a long drive in Europe. Oh, that's okay, Gaming Realm. You can catch the next one. I'm probably going to end Planet Zoo for the night, and we're going to maybe play some Terra Nil or Farthest Frontier after a short break. But yeah, essentially what we'd end up with is we'd fill this in with glass panels and some sort of structure, and then we'd have like a little bit of a lip on the front of this so that it sticks out a touch, and then we can put some lighting and things in. And then because this would then be the top here, all we would do is we'd put a nice coating of mulch on the top of that, and then have grass and stuff growing out of the top of it to continue with the theme. And that's basically what I'm looking to create for some of the smaller exhibits and habitats and stuff. And then obviously here we would be able to put in our mandrills and a few other chimps and stuff. And if need be, what we'd then do is we'd have some extra bits here where we could maybe raise the terrain back up. So let's just kind of put in like a terrain stamp or something here. So there's lots we can do. We could bring the terrain back up here, flatten it to the foundation, and have this as kind of like an overhanging piece. So we'd have like a forest floor there that drops down into a cave system where we can put shops, exhibits, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, there's quite a lot to a lot we can play around with now that we've got the basic structure in place. So I'm just going to undo all of this because we're about finished with Planet Zoo, and I would like a nice blank space, but I will experiment with a few things and kind of plan out where I'm going to be putting everything. But the entrance will be our next kind of task, I guess, once I've finished all of this out. You can indeed. Let me just zoom out a second. I'm just going to remove that framework and stuff, but here's the top of the dome. I will confess, it's more than the 5,000 piece limit, as you can probably guess, and you can see it doesn't quite join properly here. I'm going to sort that out off stream because it was taking me so long to get it done. But I wanted it it's very basic. It's basically the slim wooden panels, slim glass panels with some of the metal struts. And then on the top, it's flat and nice and open in the middle there. That might not stay open. I might put something on that to sort it all out. And obviously, when I get into the like kind of main building of it all, there'll be little bits and pieces attached to it or extra bits of pipe work and things on the top. Loads of different things that we can play around with. It's been a long time since I built with a dome, so it was just kind of experimenting with it. And it's worked. I just wish I'd remembered the 5,000 piece limit because I've had to split it into 3 separate sections and it has made moving it around a little bit difficult. So that's my one criticism of it. And I think when I split it off into separate groups, rather than doing it like I'd done, I should have just split it into like a top half, a middle half, and a bottom half. That would have been the better idea. Instead, I've done it my way, which is never the correct way. Oh yeah, it is Gaming Realm. YouTube chat and stream chat, they don't talk up very well. So the chat stream that you're seeing right now is a little bit delayed when you compare it with the actual live chat on YouTube. Sometimes it'll sync up perfectly, and then other times it'll not sync up at all, and then I will get like a wall of text will suddenly appear. So yeah, I'll try and fix it at some point. I think there are other ways to implement it, but at the moment the widget just doesn't quite line up very well. So yeah, but I should probably make people aware of that every time I stream because I think it throws everybody off, including myself. Anyway, let's head on over to... Oh, we've got some lag here. Oh no, it's fine now. Let's head on over. For those of you who were late joining, I'm going to show you this weekend's speed build video because I've now finished. Please ignore the litter. I've got a lot of maintenance to do here. So this is our multi-species tropical habitat, which is now... Hey! You shouldn't be in here. See you later, Gaming Realm. Thanks for dropping by. Can we do something about this? I wish that the guests would kind of know when there's a barrier there, because This is ridiculous. There's getting up close and personal to the animals, and then there's standing right in their habitats. Anyway, let's just unpause things a second. So here we go. This is our multi-species habitat. We've got a nice maned wolf here. Oh yes, I always forget about those guest barriers. I will put some in. I mean, it's not too much of an issue. I knew that was going to be there because my path is a little bit off-centre in that area. So we'll sort that all out at some point. That is possible, Seth. I may well do that. Yeah, I think adding a little bit of a notification that chat will be delayed in the actual Streamlabs type thing, that would be a good idea. Anyway, we're going to continue having a look around here. Our main wolves are here. They look so cool. They're such a nice model, aren't they? Birds tape. Oh, God, collision. Birds tape you. And up here, our capuchin monkeys have some tree houses. And if we wait long enough, one of them should come up and play the piano. This took a lot of testing because the tree houses and stuff, there's a lot of like collision and things didn't quite work. And when I finally got them working, very happy. Mainly because I used the thatch on the flooring and it's actually meant I've had to sink in some of those climbable platforms, which is why you can see one sticking out there. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. So yeah, there's a lot that we've done. We're going to be moving on to play something a little bit different. I don't know what. Farthest Frontier has been suggested. Yeah, I was really happy with these. And again, this is what kind of got me interested in doing a dome. So there's capuchins somewhere in here. If I can find them. They may all be eating, actually, or hiding somewhere. Bird's tape is still running around there. There's a giant anteater in here as well. And the 9-banded armadillo is down here as well. The capuchins have taken to coming into this little underground area here, which has now all been fleshed out. Oh, there's one, just having a little sleep. Oh, they're all in here. Oh. You've fallen asleep on the rocks. That can't be comfortable. Yes, so this has all been part of the fine detailing that I was doing before stream. So this is all going to be in a speed build next week, at the weekend, actually. Where we finished off all of the kind of foliage work and more of the kind of like detailing of the whole space. And yeah, it's looking really good. I'm really quite happy with this one. I am going to need to kind of work on stopping guests from coming in here. I thought this guest had no shirt on for a second there. Oh, squirrel monkeys. That would be really cool. You could put them in a walkthrough exhibit, surely. Yeah, I was quite happy again with the shelter. I thought that looked really cool. Like, I wanted to go with the whole kind of lost treasure thing again. I'd really hoped to extend it a little bit more, but I never got round to... I couldn't because the river underneath was stopping me adjusting the terrain. I could have gone a little bit further underground, but I didn't want to either. It's quite nice, though. I like how it's looking. Gets a lot of use, and yeah. You can see this is a very popular area now because of how full it is, which is leading to a lot of litter. The steam coming off the water is actually it's a special effect. It has been around for quite some time. It's just missed, I think. If I can find one of the activators, I would show you it, but it is buried under the ground there. Somewhere. Let me just see if I can find one for you. Nope. Yeah, so it's a special effect, Seth. It's just one of these little tools here. If I can... open up my facilities, construction, special effects, and it is mist. And it comes in 4 different flavours. But what you can do is now as well, if you click on your water, you can actually customize it and add bubbles and mist to come from it. I just think it looks a little bit unnatural. And because this body of water is really large, hang on, there's something going on here. Fighting. Okay, we'll sort that out at some other time because we're moving on to our farthest frontier by the looks of things. Yeah, so you can actually add that in generally on your water, but this body of water actually covers the entire wetlands district, so I didn't want to add any more to it. In fact, if I just go over to this body of water here, I can show you what it looks like. So if we click on this one here, and I'll just hit play again, you can then just turn up your mist, and you'll get mist coming off it. But when you have it in a large body of water, you can really tell because it kind of comes off in a very similar pattern. It's the same with the bubbles. If we just turn on the bubbles as well, it all looks very similar, and they all kind of have the same timing to them. So unless you're building like a sauna or like a heated pool for like the Japanese macaques or something, that's a great effect to add. But I much prefer the custom ones when it comes to stuff like the habitat over there. And also the fallen leaves as well. They add a really nice effect, and I've not done this a lot, but it's mainly due to like I guess the pressure to put out regular content. It makes it quite difficult. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break of about 5 or 10 minutes while we recharge our batteries. I grab a drink, and then we'll get some Farthest Frontier on the go before the zoo descends into chaos because all of my animals are fighting. Yes, the sliders are relatively new. I think they came out with a wetlands pack. So not relatively new, but they were released with an update. So yeah, if you kind of didn't see that, you probably wouldn't have known. But yeah, they're in there. But it does look a little bit strange if you are just using it for like a very large body of water. Anyway, I will be right back, and we will play some Farthest Frontier, and I will try not to get so stressed out that I have an aneurysm. We'll see you guys in a bit. Oh, right then. We are back. Hello. Just showing you my desktop for a second there. Right, here we go. Farthest Frontier. Now, last time we played, it was a little bit of a nightmare, wasn't it? Lots of raiders and lots of nasties that we don't want to deal with, but we have thankfully sorted it out. We've got some crop fields on the go and stuff, which is really good, but we have a lot of injured people. We're not making a great deal of money because we're spending so much on soldier training and stuff. We've got this getting constructed. What was this? The healer's house. And yeah, we were struggling for resources. Food was an issue, and lots of other things were kind of holding us back. But hopefully we can start kind of turning a corner now that we've got some defenses up and running. But you can see there's a lot of issues here. And yeah, I'm praying for no raiders or bears as well. What I have thought about doing is expanding our defenses a little bit. We know that the raiders kind of come here, which is why we built that fence all the way along there. Hello, Polly. Welcome to the stream. If you are just joining us, we are not playing Planet Zoo now. We've had 2 hours of that building some huge dome, and we're taking a break. We're going to play some Farthest Frontier, which, if you don't know about, is like a little city builder and stuff. And we've lost some crops to heat stress, lots of stuff to think about, lots of micromanagement, and a lot of stuff to deal with here. We have a travelling merchant, but I don't think we've got anything for him. We've got no gold anyway, and a villager has died. Probably because of their illness. The quicker we get this healer's hut up and running, the better. It's at 39 gold left to get there, but you can see here we're short on melee weapons, which means close combat, they're not going to be great. Last time we had a raid, we ended up chasing all of the villagers out to attack the raiders and lost a fair few. But things are starting to turn a bit of a corner, and people are a little bit happier here, so we can kind of chill out now and hope that we can build in some resources. So we've got about a month's worth of food in the public storage, which is good, and things are starting to kind of pull together a little bit easier. This fishing shack over here is starting to bring in some money, as well as the one there, and we also have a forager shack that's underway too, as well as a smokehouse and a hunter cabin, which is grabbing the deer from over there. But yeah, we've got quite a bit to do. We could do with improving our population, but we can't really do that whilst we are struggling for food. So I think the first kind of steps are going to be to ask our settlers to harvest berries. So we'll have that done over there. At least we've managed to build up our logs and firewood and stuff, and it just means everything's a little bit easier. What we could do is pool some clay into here. So let's put like 100 clay in there, and then hopefully we'll get a travelling merchant who will buy some of that clay from us. And I'll maybe do the same with some of our luxury items, like this pottery. We'll put like 10 items of pottery into the trading post as well. And then let's see what else we can transfer. Some stone might be a good idea. We can put in like, we'll put 100 stone in there. And if we start building up our stores in the trading post, we should be able to... We've got honey, actually. Let's put some honey in there, too. We'll put 35 honey in there. And then hopefully we'll get a trader coming along, and we can have them buy some of our resources and stuff. And that will hopefully get some gold in so we can start replenishing some of our stores. I think those kind of key resources are going to be really good for us in the long run. We actually do really need to build some heavy tools, which we can't access at the moment. So hopefully we'll get a trader in who we can buy some of those heavy tools from. And my idea is to expand our wall to like this area. So we'll keep moving that palisade wall forward and then adding more watchtowers to it. But right now, our focus really needs to be on what's going on over here at the barn. We don't have anything in the barn yet, so that's disabled. But what we can do, what I read up on, is we can actually move the pasture here and have them pasture in certain fields. Yeah, we can but hope. We can but hope. Right, okay, so what's going on here? These merchants are buying clay far below the offered, the like usual price. We could actually bring in some hide coats and sell them. They sell pretty well. They're paying over the odds for them. They're paying a decent price for stone, average price, so we could take that. Oh god. Where's the fire? Oh, that's a big fire. There's a well right next to it though. So the bears and the raiders have ignored the prayers, but the gods of hellfire have come after us on this day. If we can get that sorted out, please, villagers, that would be really nice. This is what you guys do. You pray for things to not happen, and then this happens. If I get a raid after this, somebody's going to pay. Where are you running to? Where? The fire's... The well's there. Use the well. Ah, there we go. We're okay. It's fine. It's fine. We've sorted it. Right, so... it looks like a new merchant's... that merchant is leaving. And we have a new merchant in... Oh, we maybe had two and I've not even paid any attention to the one that we had here. But that's okay. We'll just let things continue to build within our trading post, and then when we next get a trader coming in, I'll maybe transfer like a few hide coats as well, just so that we've got some in here. And we can always kind of just use this as a temporary storage facility as well, so that if we start running short of a particular resource, because villagers are being greedy and taking more than they need, which doesn't happen, but I feel like we should be rationing things here. Like, you know, these guys, I bet they are greedy. I bet there's a very greedy child in here who's stealing lots of resources from us. What's going on here? Field's going to be fertilized with compost next year. So that's cool. We have this hunter cabin. We disabled the work going on here because I can't actually see any deer anymore. So that's not good. Yeah, there's no deer sightings down there. They may have moved. Oh, and I forgot about this whole area that we've got out here as well. This is our... What's going on here? The iron mine. Yes, so we did start gathering iron, which is good. We appear to be... Oh, that's bricks. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that. But yeah, at the moment we're making a loss on gold, so it's really important that we get some traders coming back and fill up these trading posts so that we've got stuff ready to trade when the time comes. We're doing well for food now, though. We're getting a nice little bit of store in there as we approach winter. And as long as we've got enough money to kind of make it through the winter once we get our next harvests in, my kind of aim... A villager is stricken with cholera. Great. I hope you weren't expecting, like, nice, because it's grim. This game is grim. If you've played anything like Banished before, or Frostpunk, very, very similar. With a little bit more in terms of disasters. We have currently got 3 ill settlers. One of which is incapacitated, 2 of them sick and bedridden. And they've got herbs. They don't have any water. But there's a well right there. Strange. Yeah, it's grim. It's very grim. Like, if you kind of have a job of a compost yard that is basically... It's their entire duty in life is to go around houses and collect all of the poop that your settlers have That you're in for a grim time. I was also building a vault, but I need 25 units of iron there as well. So we've got lots of stuff that we can potentially do, but what I don't want to do right now is what we did right at the beginning, which was expand too quickly, and that's where we've kind of ended up at this point. So I'm kind of trying to recover things before we continue to progress. And this looks like a trader coming in, or is this my... Oh, I think that's my wagoner, actually. Yeah, it is. So what we were doing, we've got a weaver's building here. They're making clothes, and over here we're just producing flax. The flax is then going to be delivered to the weaver, who will produce linen clothes. So then we've... Yes, Anna is a regular attendee to these streams. She was our nominated poop collector. Yeah, so I actually need to do that again, don't I? Anna has now changed her name to Rana. That was not my choice. That was literally just the villager who was assigned that job. So I think Anna is now permanently the poop collector in whatever run we do. I mean, we're quite, I don't want to curse things, but we're doing okay in terms of not having anyone coming to try and take all of our stuff. Potentially because last time we came, the whole village rose up and challenged the raiders. It's also winter, and we've got 5 months worth of food with the potential to lose 3 months worth of it to spoilage. Now, the way to combat spoilage is if we get someone who can build barrels and stuff, that makes it easier, and that'll help our food last a bit longer. So our wagoner is actually ferrying stuff. He's got a lot of food here that he's carrying and some wood and stuff. So he's actually now going to carry things to and from all of our storage areas. So this root cellar here, he's going to go and put all of that food in there. And then our villagers in the little township that we've got going on here, they're going to be able to then go to that root cellar. Well, okay, Kelsar is driving past it. Oh, wait, I have another root cellar somewhere, I think. Our bakery is actively producing bread, but no, it's not. No, he isn't. He's unable to work because we still haven't got the windmill. So my main kind of aims for the next part here is to be getting enough gold to finish off our healer's house, getting some heavy tools so we can finish the windmill, and potentially getting some iron ore so that we can finish off our vault. Not iron ore, iron bars. Oh, okay, so Kelsar is off to the middle of nowhere here to drop stuff off at this temporary shelter, which is where our iron miners live at the moment. Although it says it's unoccupied, so they must be going back and forth to town, I guess. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff here where people can actually be living, and we've kind of solved some of the basic issues that we were having. I'm just gonna... Where is it? Mark that building for immediate repairs. So these people who are ill, they, unfortunately, they're kind of stuck here until they are cured of their illnesses. It looks like that one's been cured now, which is good. They're stocked up on medicine. Oh, maybe they died. Oh. Okay, that's not great. So one of our villagers has died of illness and dropped their bow, arrow, and weapons. Now that I'm not kind of speeding through everything, it's a lot easier to kind of see what we need to do. So I did kind of speedrun it to get up to where we were. And what have we got here? Faldor, another wagoner. He is moving stuff around. Ah, okay. That could be right, Michael. That could be right. Yes, they are. They're seeking shelter now, so she's gone into that shelter. Right, okay, well, that's good to know. I guess it means it keeps them out in the field a bit longer, so maybe we need to put a temporary shelter out here. So over here we kind of lost our deer population, and that's probably because we don't have any trees left there now. So what we can actually do is, if you add some trees in for decoration, which costs money, you can reforest areas. But for now, that makes sense. That makes sense. So once the winter is over, we'll construct a new temporary shelter out in this area so that people can go back and forth to that. I think I did have one here, but I've deleted it. Probably because it's still quite close to the village. But we're doing okay. We've got 4 months of food in stores, and I think that should last us the winter, which is what we need. And hopefully we will have a new trader coming in the new year, ready to buy everything we've got in our trade post, which is starting to fill up quite nicely. We've got a lot of smoked meat in there as well. We've got 1 weapon left for the entire village. I think raiders drop weapons, or have a chance to drop weapons when you kill them, so that's good for us. And you can see here we've got quite a few things that we can sort out, like the linen clothes. We've got plenty of flax in storage, which means we're producing a nice number of linen coats. That's going to keep people warm. Hide coats are also good, so we've got plenty of clothing options now coming in for our guests, which is really... guests. I'm still thinking of Planet Zoo. But yeah, we've kind of weathered the storm, pardon the pun. I'm going to speed up so we can get through winter. Hopefully we'll not have a raid. Like bear attacks probably won't happen very often now. We seem to have scared them all off or killed them. And unless we get some spawning in, I think we should be okay. But it's the raiders that we really need to watch out for, and that's kind of why I want to wall off this area here, or at least kind of build a guard tower so that our civilians won't get caught out over there. Just saw someone firing a bow and arrow and nearly had a heart attack. Put some donation bins out. That's what I'm hoping the trading post's going to give me. Right, winter is almost over, and we've survived. We've still got 2 months of food left, and the thaw is starting to happen. So that is really good. We'll start planting again, start building up our food stores, and it looks like this field... I can't remember what I was putting on this field. But yeah, they were digging out this field, and oh, I know what I was going to do. This one is predominantly flax. I was going to make this one predominantly wheat because it's right next to that windmill. That's what that was for. And hopefully, once this is kind of dug out, we'll catch a wolf, make a habitat. Yeah, well, I'm hoping to make a habitat for some cows soon, if that can work. We're going to have a look at our trees a second there. So our peaches are looking pretty good. They're coming up now, and the pears, not so much. I did not get a chance to play Manor Lords, actually, no. So, to be honest, I have no idea what Manor Lords is, but that'll be something... Oh, villagers been stricken with worms. Fun. Tell me about Manor Lords. That might be something to watch out for. What is going on? Are you the one who's just got worms, my friend? You have, because you've got broken shoes. Will you get some new shoes? I'm pretty sure we've got loads of shoes. Where's my... So our storage, we actually moved inside here. It's there. The storehouse... Oh, it doesn't have any shoes. How's our cobbler doing then? Oh, I know why. Yeah, our cobbler. 100% idle time. They don't have any leather. Any pelts. Mainly because the deer have kind of vanished from this area. So we're pretty reliant at the moment. That's the merchant. This could be the gold that we need. So yeah, this hunter cabin, while it does have a few pelts in storage, it's only producing 6. So, yeah, we're going to need to do something about that. Right, okay, so they are going to buy... We're going to sell all of our coats to make 220 gold. They'll buy clay at an average price. Christ, that scared me. So if we can buy a cow off them, that would be really useful. Soap. Bricks, flour. What do they have? What can I buy off them? They've got pottery. They've also got stone and honey. We've got another villager stricken with worms. Oh wait, no, this is what they've got. They've got flour, they've got beer, clay. Hide coats. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at it. I'm always on the lookout for stuff like this. These are my kind of games. So, yeah, I'll definitely have a look out for that. Right, well, we've sold our hide coats. We could sell all of our clay, but I think I'm going to hold on to that. What else did I have in my inventory? Oh, yeah, stuff that they don't buy. Right, okay, so that at least gets us a nice amount of gold. And then what we'll do is we'll transfer that gold into our town storage. That should... We've actually got our healer's house now. But the periodic building expenses couldn't be paid. Thankfully, though, now that that gold's kind of been put back into our settlement, we can pay the monthly cost on it and get it back up and running. Maybe we just need to wait for the next kind of payment to come out, and then it should come back up. Okay, that sounds really cool. I'll definitely look out for that. Right, what's going on here? Right, the desirability of this area needs to improve. So we've had this issue before, but it looks like we're doing okay. And there we go, the healer's house is back up and running. We are losing 15 gold a month though. So that's something that we're going to need to address, either by building new houses or some other reason, maybe getting in some more traders. So for this crop rotation, we want mainly wheat. So we're going to start off with wheat here. Maybe not. What we want to do is we want to... Right, so first things first, we're going to spend a month sorting that out. Then we're going to plant wheat. So we'll plant wheat for the first time there. Then we're going to clover the whole field and more wheat. And then we'll just do a nice amount of wheat. And then again, just repairing it. So we're going to have 3 seasons of wheat with plenty of repairing and clovering just to boost the whole thing back up. So that should be okay. We'll get that sorted. We've got new stuff being planted, which means when we finally get some heavy tools, we're going to be able to actually put our plans into action. Now, they want water and they want shoes. The desirability has dropped a little bit, so let's just have a quick look at what we can do about that. It might just be something as simple as putting in some more gardens. Like, it looks like we can fit one there. Or maybe we do some of the small ones here. Like one there. We'll just put a lot of small ones around. Oh, actually, that just reminds me, I need to get rid of these ones. I don't want these. Because I had planned to run a path through there. And I'd like to keep that area open just in case. Okay, well, I'll definitely, I'll keep an eye out for that, and I'll have a look at some of the demo playthroughs or something. It's always good to see new games like this coming out. So, our food is looking pretty good. Yeah, I understand. Thank you for telling me. But we're going to increase the desirability of this area and everything's going to be okay. So don't you worry about it, Mr. Advisor Man. Right. Now then. We've got 8 builders and 14 labourers. I'm going to add another guard, another hunter. We've got 1 forager who's ill. So we'll take them off. And everyone else seems to be fine. And we have a labourer who's ill. And at least 13 labourers are recommended. So I'm going to drop 1 builder. 2 builders. In fact, we'll drop it down to 5 builders. That should be fine. And we have another merchant, so let's see what they've got. Scorv the Butcher. Oh, do they have a cow? They don't. They've got lots of tallow, herbs, meat, medicine, clay. And they're not buying stone at a good rate. Problem here is we kind of have to sell them something. So I think I'm going to sell them all my clay. Oh, they're not going to buy my clay off me. What will they buy off me? No, they are buying it. They're buying stone. We kind of have to sell the stone, I guess. But that's going to bring in a lot of gold. So that's going to allow us to keep our hunter cabins going. And what we can then do is, I mean, we've got plenty of stone rolling in, and we're not building anything new at the moment because I don't want to take the risk. We just need to solidify everything that we've got going on here at the moment. So I can take that. That's fine. What we really want is to buy some tools. But he doesn't seem to have any. No tools and no weapons. Weapons are expensive, though. He's got a lot of meat, but I don't really want to buy any meat at the moment. He's got pelts that we could potentially buy to give our cobblers some work to do. But I think what we need to do is start looking through the forests to see if we can find any more animals to hunt. So we've got deer sightings down there. Is there a hunter cabin here, or did I not build one? Ooh, no. I don't want to delete that temporary shelter. Right, so we have 2 hunter cabins out here. We're actually going to delete them. Like, this one has absolutely no purpose right now. And this one, for now, I guess we can just mothball it. Or we'll salvage it and reclaim the resources. There's no point having those buildings there if they're not going to be used. And we can build a brand new hunter shack out here. And then we can have them go and hunt in that area there. And in the meantime, I suppose we could start reforesting this area here. And hope that it drives deer back towards the settlement. But once that hunter cabin's built, we should be okay. main problem that we're having right now is that the basic resources that help out with our cobbler and stuff. In fact, I should have just relocated the building. We're going to relocate the cobbler shop out to here as well, so that it's a bit closer to this area. What else have we got? We got the soap shop, which uses tallow and firewood to make soap. So again, we'll move the soap shop out to this area too. Yeah, I did, Seth, and I completely forgot. Right, so what have we got? We're moving our cobbler shop. Oh, I've got 2 cobbler shops up and running. I did not... Oh, God. They produced 4 in the last year. So, we're getting stuff. We're definitely getting stuff. But, yeah, we need more. Smokehouse, again, we'll leave that smokehouse there. And we'll build a new one, because that smokehouse is going to help out our fishermen, and this one will facilitate the smoking of meat there. But we also should probably put a firewood splitter in here as well, an acrobat building, an arborist building. Right, yes, we've got one. I keep forgetting what I've put in and what I haven't. The school could be an option, as could the rat catcher, but I don't have any rats at the moment anyway, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. The market we can keep. Shelters we've got, and where's our firewood splitter? There they are, they're in here, aren't they? There we go. Another firewood splitter right here. There we go. Right, and the next thing, we're going to go back over to here, because we want to build a temporary shelter. Right there. And then, just for the sake, I'm going to move this lookout tower here. Just for now, because looking at the money that we're putting out, and this lookout tower we can actually move as well. So I'm going to move that like here. Yeah, okay. That works. And again, the desirability issues are being sorted, so that's really good. That trader is leaving. What else do we have kind of overstocked? We've got linen clothes coming in now, which is really good to see. The villager has dehydration. How could there are wells everywhere? What is your problem? Why aren't you just getting water? I don't understand it. It's not hard. You go to the well, you pick up some water, you put it in your house. You're in range. We're going to have to build another well. There's a well right there and you're dehydrated. Don't make me laugh. Well, we better build another well just to appease the angry villagers. Hang on. Why am I building another well? Look at all the... There's one there. There's one there. I suppose we can put one there. If it makes you happy. No point putting one there. Right. I think just an extra one there should help. My market is staffed with 2 transporters. No, my market is staffed with, 2 transporters. We could upgrade it, actually, so we get additional workers. 60 wood planks and 50 bricks. Do I have a brick maker? I don't. But I think I can get one now. Candle shop, armory, charcoal kilns shop. I bet the brickmaker's up here, isn't it? Furniture shop, brewery, foundry, brickyard, tier 3 town centre. Let's have a look at our town centre. What do we need? 25 homesteads, population of 150, and a school. Is it time to build a school? Do we have the resources and finances to stock that? I mean, we're doing pretty well for our gold generation though. We'll be breaking even soon enough. Oh, that's because we're moving these 2 towers, so that'll go back up again. Right, so I think we're gonna need to get the school. So, what are the benefits of the school? Let's have a look at that. Boosts work rate. 150 gold. Does it have a monthly cost though? Does anyone know? Has anyone played and know what the monthly cost may be for the school? We've lost some crops to frost, but that's, you know, I'm not too worried about that. Oh, and having a school increases the desirability of an area. So I'm going to put the school right next to the healer's house. We've got the money to build it, and I'd rather build it just in case we get raided. I don't want to risk losing the gold that I've got. Now, full storage in that root cellar. So they can't complain about a lack of food. In fact, do I have another root cellar? I do. With barely anything stored in it. And the market is pretty reasonably stocked. We need to kind of get some upgrades, I guess. Thankfully, our healer is doing a job. What is wrong with you? What are you sick with? Typhoid. But you're going to the healer to get cured. Okay, so it's working. They're working. Wow. Good, good. And out here, we now have 2 guardhouses. We've got plenty of deer out there. We've got some nuts. So, where's our forager? Let's just move the work area of our forager over to here. Just periodically moving work zones. I've got a smokehouse, a hunter cabin, forager shack, that's good. Now then. I'm just going to remove all of these requests. Because nobody's going out to do them, so I just want to do like a little soft reset of the commands I've issued. Right, so now I have no kind of harvesting request, which is really good. Right, okay. Thank you for that, that's good to know. That at least gives me something to work with. We need another trader. We're doing okay for our gold though. That's our villager cured of typhoid. Man, having the healer's house is good. Villagers are happy. This is good for us. It means that we might start increasing our population. So, that's good. It could be worth building another couple of shelters because we're going to need to eventually. We need to push up to 25 shelters to have the ability to expand. What was it we needed? We needed 25 and we got 19. 19? Oh, the temporary shelter counts? That's the only thing I've built, so that must be the thing. Now I can put a couple of waterfront properties down here, which will be very nice. Prime real estate down here. So that's 2 going in there. We'll put a little bit of an extension to our road, taking you right down to the water's edge. That'll take us up to 21. And hopefully some of our younger inhabitants will start moving that way. I wonder if we can actually flatten some terrain. Just to allow us to actually build. But it's relatively peaceful at the moment. I'm quite surprised. If I'm going to be completely honest, I'm very surprised. I was expecting something much worse. Oh, a building's on fire. It's snowing. How can you be on fire? There we go. That didn't take long. Well done, team. Good work. Now you're doing your civic duties. We are out of planks, but that's because we used some to build a school, isn't it? Yeah. So we've pumped all of the gold into the school. We're just delivering some planks, and then we should be getting a school built, which will increase the education of our villagers and allow us to be better at our jobs. So that's good. Getting a nice educated population. We've flattened the land here. It doesn't look amazing, to be honest. I kind of wish I hadn't done that, because it's created like a weird little, I don't know, it just looks a bit strange. Right, let's cancel that. I think if I flatten the terrain here, so I'm guessing when you flatten terrain, it flattens to the first block you click on. I'm just going to play around with this and see what happens. We've got a villager with dysentery. Man, these guys, they don't know how to look after themselves, do they? It's a good job I'm here, he says, trying to flatten the terrain. Ignoring the plight of his villagers. We've got a healer for that now. I don't need to look after them. You just go get yourself sorted at the healer's house. But once we get through the winter, we'll be back to normal crop production. We'll hopefully get another wandering trader coming through. You just... Yep, that's it, my good man. Flatten that terrain for me. Right, let's see what happens. Oh god, no. That's even worse. Right. So what it has now done is just... I can't even describe what it's done. But that is now a very unsafe path. I'm going to have them just flatten this whole area here. I want to see what that looks like. Surely the buildings would have to conform to it. This is what's confusing me. Right, we're going to speed up. Yeah, it's baffling me as well at the moment. This is crazy. How have you managed to walk on that path? Practically sideways. Exactly. Right, we'll just see what happens. This is the last I'm going to do playing with this flattening tool. We've collected our taxes. I can't actually see how much money I've got. 355. My webcam is like attached to that top of my monitor there, and it's not quite... It's just hiding the amount of money I've got. Gold, should I say. Right, come on. If this just flattens that path so it becomes kind of like an angled, steep hill... Okay, I can work with that. That's much better. That at least kind of gives me some sort of structure to work with, and I can now build a house here. And one there. And then that kind of adds in another house for us. I mean, heaven forbid you want to get a school, because that is a nightmare. Right, how many students do we have? Is there a way for me to see this? Hello, Wolfie. Welcome back. Right, we better restock our trading post. So I've got clay in there. What's going on with my clay pit? They spend 97% of their time transferring goods. That isn't good. We're going to add a couple more miners to the clay pit. Where's our wagon shop? Right, okay. Problem I'm having actually with the clay pit is the actual... I can't... Okay, right. We've got another merchant coming. They're going to buy wood. They'll buy linen clothing for a fair bit. I think we should... We're going to transfer some linen clothing in, so that we can sell that. We've at least got to make a bit of money, I guess. So then we can buy some shoes off them. So I can probably buy... Once I've sold the linen clothing, I'm going to buy shoes in return. Oh, they've got cows. Ah, 612. This could be huge, though. Ah, we need the cows. Okay, let's I don't think we're going to get 1,000 gold, though. That's the problem. And I can't just buy one cow because it'll probably die. I'm certainly not going to be able to afford to... So that would bring me like 500 gold if I sold all of that food. This is going to bring me like 190, 200 and something. And I would need... yeah, it's not going to happen. But... yeah, we have no other way of getting gold at the moment, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame because that would have been good. I need to find a way to work out this deficit, though. That's another thing. We're low on income, and having to kind of like facilitate our income by selling stuff constantly. But are people moving into these houses? No, they're not. I know, that's it. That's what the grind's about. Right, I'm gonna sell you that. There we go. 190 gold. If you would just buy all of my smoked meat, that would bring me a lot. But again, you know, he's not buying stuff. Crossbows, beer, iron, baskets, logs. So that is unfortunate. The other thing I'm wondering is, I've got all this iron ore. Why can't I just sell that to someone? I wonder if I could store it in here though, just in case. I'd imagine that people would actually buy them. But so be it. At the moment, we can't do anything about it. Let's get some repairs done. Just got a few buildings that need some work to. I mean, we are slowly building our population. We could do with another 4 homes. And then we need the clay, the planks. 2,000 gold! 3 villagers have graduated. And now have a basic education. Okay, this is good. We're starting to, you know, that's what we want. That didn't take long. But giving them basic education's really good. Have we got another? Is this a new merchant? No, it's not. What are you? Hey. Ah, the arborist is got some wax and honey for us. Now, I do have honey stored in the workshop and trading, don't I? $100 clay, 10 pottery, 70 honey. Oh no. Right, okay. What have we got? 14 raiders. Coming from the south, we've got 3, 6, 9 from the south. Are they just going to walk straight through here? No, we've closed the gates. Yes. They're breaking through. They've broken through. But the hope is that they're not going to get anywhere near where we want them to go. Let's just pause a second. You lot, get him. It's okay. We'll make those sacrifices. You lot, get him. What do we got? 1 raider is attacking villages, 2 raiders damaging buildings, 5 raiders have been killed. You're dead, you're dead. We got more out here. But that guard tower's making short work of them. Both guard towers are getting them. That's good, that's good. Nah. Just come back. Come back. You're okay. We'll rebuild our gate. repelled the raiders. We lost 2 villagers. But we did okay. We did okay. Selling snake oil. We only lost 2. Could have been a dark day for us, but we did it. We got through it. We didn't lose any gold. Smashing. And this looks like another trader coming in. Has that road just vanished? There we go. So this is our labourer, our wagon, and that is definitely a new trader coming in. Yeah, we did well there. For not having any weapons, I mean we lost 2 people. Right. 14. 9 raiders killed, 2 villagers died, 1 building was destroyed, but that only building was this gatehouse. So, yeah, we survived pretty well there. Let's have a look at what the traders are buying. They'll buy shoes. I don't want to sell you shoes. Candles, beer, gold or coal. Damn. Why wouldn't you just buy stuff that I've got to sell? But you are buying linen clothes at a very good price. Let's put them in. We'll put all 17 in. I've still got that 190 gold in the trading post, so yeah, we'll get rid of all of that, sell them off to it, keep hoarding all of the gold in the trading post, and then when I finally get another visitor with a cow, we can afford our first cow. Right, so we've got almost enough for a cow. 1 cow. But we need 2. Right, let's just harvest some berries. Wait, we're not going to do that. Rather than doing it that way, we're going to move the area for our gatherer to there. That'll allow other stuff in that region to kind of replenish and let us continue foraging. There we go. Right, that's that done. And then I do have another forager shack somewhere down here. There we go. We'll move your area, and deer have returned to that area. That's good. Very good. We still have deer down here though. Ah, that hunter cabin was built and I never set them to work. Then we'll have this forager shack. They've got plenty of space to forage. There's another forager shack there, so they're kind of overlapping. We'll send them to forage a little bit further afield so that they're getting, I think that's eggs, hazelnuts, willow, and herbs still. Ooh, well. It's a surprisingly good turn of events, that, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. Now it doesn't bother me so much if we've got ill villagers, because we've got the healer's house there. You know, I mean, look at this. What have they... 64 patients healed this year. They're doing well. I mean, they've got plenty of herbs, they've got plenty of firewood. Food's okay. And over here, our school, doing well. Let's have a quick look at our settlers then. Okay, so food, you know, I mean, that is an issue. Shoes. But we've got a nice steady stream of luxury items. Good family life. Well dressed. We need more shoes. And then food, obviously. That's what we're going to need to really focus on. So I think rather than getting a cow, heavy tools should be our thing. Because if I have a look at our storage down here, how's the wheat at the moment? We've got 2 weaver buildings there, that's good. Wagon shop's going to need some repairs. Our wheat does go in the underground storage, doesn't it? Am I just not seeing it at all? Right, let's have a look at our resources. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay, so we've got loads of grain. Plenty of flax. Food's looking pretty good, but it is going to spoil. 301 gold. Tallow, pelts, they're all starting to kind of build a little bit more. So I think we should get that hunting shack built again. Because it's quite obvious to me now that we're going to need more food. That's where the issue is. We need the windmill up and running. We'll put another hunter cabin in right here. Villager stricken with broken leg. Well, that's a new one. And then we still have a cobbler there. So that's good. That means the hunting shack we can get back up and running. The tannery is going to get a nice kind of steady stream of stuff coming in too. And we should start to see this area recover a little bit as well. I've got a lot of sand pits there. We've not actually done anything with them yet. Just going to check my forager areas. That's all good. Yep. Hunter cabins. Yep, butchering meat. Okay, so we did well there. We do need to add another guardsman there. And obviously this barn, we're not getting anything done in that for a while. Now, what can we put in here now? Just to kind of boost things a little bit more. I mean, we're picking up tools, which is good. I don't know where from, because we don't have any access to them. Let's have a look at what we could potentially build moving forward. Obviously, we've got a granary there for the storage of wheat and other grains. That's what we need to build. We've got the wagon shop. We're building the vault. It's going to take some time. I think the granary might be our next stop, and we'll build it right here next to what is actually our current wheat farm. So put that there. And then food production. We've got this sort of stuff put in place. Now, we don't have any gold mines or coal veins anywhere nearby. The candle shop, we did build one, didn't we? I'm positive I built a candle shop. Maybe I didn't. I didn't, Seth, no. As you've probably already found out there. I did build a candle shop. Charcoal kiln could be another option. We've got a soap shop. We've got the apiary. Got the potter. And the weaver. Candle shop. So, the sand pit. I've got no... I don't have any use for sand at the moment. So... That's pretty much it. I kind of want to put something nice in, like just a nice little park here. But I don't have anywhere to put anything. But we'll get the granary built, and then our wheat can be stored there. And then hopefully we'll get a brand new kind of trader coming in. We could do with cutting down a few trees. I'm not going to cut any down there. I'm going to focus my attention on cutting them down over here because we don't have any stuff to deal with up there. In fact, I do have a worker camp. But did I move that one as well? No, there it is. We'll just move their work area to there, have them cut down some trees, and we'll get that saw pit repaired. Got new villagers coming in and new ones being born, so this is good. It's recovering. People are starting to get a little bit happier. So if we have a look at our happiness, food, good. Health, shelter, desirability, shoes. We need more shoes. But the birth rate and the immigration rate has gone up. This is good. This is very good. Going into winter, you can see here already our gold report is looking a little bit healthier. We were at minus 16 or something. We've now gone up to minus 9. So if we can balance that out, I'll be quite happy. And then we can start thinking about how we're going to start making a bit more of a profit. Overall happiness is now 83%. We still need to build some more homesteads, so we should probably think about either expanding our current residential area or building a new one. And my thought is that we can just kind of move this palisade forward a little bit to expand the whole kind of community this way. I can't relocate my walls, unfortunately. I can just salvage the whole lot and expand them a little bit. So that's okay, but what I might do, rather than actually just doing that as one big kind of chunk, I'll start building some houses. So we're going to build some here. And we'll build them facing this way, so that when I finally demolish those walls, we can run a path right down the middle here. So we're just going to build 4 houses. Like that. We've got some empty work areas. We're at the work camp here. So we'll have them relocate up to this area. And that should give the forest here a chance to recover. We made it into year 23. But food supplies have gone low again. Very low. We've got plenty of clay again, so I'm going to move some more clay into our trading post. And we'll move some more pottery into our trading post. And a little bit more honey as well. We'll shift a few more linen clothes as well. Yeah, this is good. We're starting to build up a nice little store of items in our trading post, which is really good. Our weavers are actually weaving baskets now, and we've got soap, and a merchant has arrived. And they're buying clay at above the average price. And pottery as well. So we're going to sell all of that pottery. Oh, wait, no. They're selling it to us. God damn it. You're useless to me, Beldar. Useless to me. You're selling me things that I don't need. You're selling me things that I want to sell to you. I was so excited, and then you've turned around and done this to me. Get out of my sight, Beldar. Leave this village and never come back. Just putting that acting degree to good use. Yeah, so was I, Michael. I can actually open up another clay pit here. And there's a nice little stone there as well. So there's potential that we can improve our kind of clay mining operations, although at the moment this clay pit's pretty good. And still has a lot of people working on it, so that's fine. Our granary is now being built, so that's going to store all of our wheat and grains. Once we finally get some heavy tools in. Now we've got a lot of weeds here, which isn't good for our yield. So we're going to need to... I mean, that'll be sorted soon enough. Yeah, eventually, you know, it'll take a while. The field is infected with wheat rust. Okay, that's not good. How are our other fields looking? Right, that one's okay. What about here? They're good too. And they're good too. Oh no, we've got infected here. Aster yellows, which affects wheat, carrots and buckwheat. And powdery mildew. Right, okay. And again, that affects beans, peas, buckwheat and carrots. Okay. Right, so... Right, interesting. This field's okay. This field's okay. This isn't good. And we've got a villager with worms as well. A new merchant though. Right, we'll turn our attention to our field soon. Just see what this second trader has got. Okay, they will buy linen clothes, but below the good price. They'll also buy wooden planks at an average price. Oh, they're selling tools. Yes. That's it. We can buy a windmill. I'm not sure, Georgia. It says allow them to go to fallow, and I think that maybe means just kind of not having anything there, so we don't actually grow anything on it. So we might need to do that now. We have our heavy tools though, that's good. And I'm actually going to try and replenish my coffers a little bit by selling them 50. Yes, please. 17 people have arrived. That's going to boost our workforce immensely. and I'm gonna sell them then. Wait, hang on. I want to sell those to you. Merchant is buying this item. Oh, that's right, yeah. There we go. Right, that's them sold. It's not a great deal, but... we're going to move that into my town storage, and then those heavy tools. So, where are our diseased crops? We're going to try this. Oh. That's okay, that's okay. This is infected. Maybe just, we'll leave it for now, and we'll see if the, just maintaining the crop will help us out. But here we go. Windmill is now being built, which means our bakery will finally spring into action and we'll start having some bread for our villagers. And it is running. Flour's being produced. That's then going to allow our bakery to kick in. And we'll be able to make 10 loaves of bread every cycle, which is really good. And before this this trader leaves, Atka of the Iron Clan, I'm going to sell her as many of the wooden planks as I have right here. And actually, I think we're probably going to need to build another market now that we've got these shelters built down here, because they are currently, I think, yeah, out of range, as well as a few of the other houses down here. So, we're going to sell everything to Atka. That brings us up to 525 gold again. So we managed to get the tools, we sold some stuff back to Atka, and things are looking very good. I'm going to pop down another market. So what I don't want is for these to overlap. I think that's a pretty good location because we're getting... Or can we go a little bit further and just catch that house on the waterfront there? No. We'll go here. So a second market is now going to bring in more money, which means we can finally tax some of the buildings down in this space. And where are we at for houses? We've got 21 of 25 homesteads, and the homesteads are the upgraded shelters. So these, we need to improve the desirability there by giving them shoes, because they don't have shoes. So the next step is definitely going to be getting a cow. So the thing with the cows is, once they reproduce and we increase the size of the herd, we'll be able to use the leather, the pelts from slaughtering the cows to actually improve everything that they've got going on. So what's happening here? We are currently, we've harvested that crop, and we're now going to do some crop maintenance. Hopefully that infestation will go. I mean, I don't know. We may just have to leave it and not let anything grow there for a while. Like, this one seems to be fine now. Over here we've lost a few crops to stress. Heat stress. And we're not getting a good yield here. We kind of need to add some sand to this, I guess. Which means it might be time to open up our sand pit. So there's some sand down here. Let's build a sand pit. Right out there. Oh, wait, that's even better. We're not going to do that one, because there's one right next to the clay pit there. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Having back-to-back field maintenance would hopefully have that go away, but it might well be that we need to just remove this for a season, because I'm also wondering... No, I think with us rotating these crops, that should be okay. We're going to improve the assigned workers we've got in that field, though, because why not? We've had a villager die. What was it? Illness. Oh, that's a shame. That's looking okay, and that is also okay. But now what we can do is we can start adding stuff to our soil, now that we've got sand and clay. And we can try and just boost the fertility of our soil. We want to get it into that green level there that you can see. And that should just improve things for us a little bit as well. New villagers immigrating and new villagers born. This is always good to see. But let's have a quick check over here. So the infection isn't going. Maybe we should just plant a different type of crop. So what we could do is instead of planting wheat there in that season, we'll plant buckwheat instead. Or we could do rye. Let's put rye in. There we go. Right, so we'll just try doing rye at that point. And then that disease could go away. Maybe that's what the issue was. Alright, we've got one ill settler suffering from worms. We really need to sort out the issue with the the shoes. We need more shoes. But now that we're kind of getting somewhere with our houses and our taxes, I'm just going to speed things up a second. Oh god. Maybe I won't speed things up, because every time I speed things up, something catches fire. Come on everybody, get back and forth to that well for me. There we go. Right, that was easy. Quickly just give it a bit of a repair. And a villager's been cured of worms. Now worms tends to be a very popular illness around here because everybody's walking around barefoot. And one villager is sick again. What is it with? Typhoid. Typhoid and worms. I mean, wow. Yeah, I think more meat and pelts is probably going to be something. Should probably head out. You've got deer down there. What's going on over here? We've got a smokehouse on the go. The hunter cabin. I mean, they produced 5 pelts in the last year. I've got an idea, actually. At the moment, our pelts are being used for a number of different things. Maybe we should just turn the tannery's production off for a little bit. Because they're producing 4 hide coats and they take up 2 pelts. Shoes, 1 pelt. Let's turn the production off in the tannery for now. And we'll just see if that helps, because at the moment we have 5 hide coats. We've got 27 lots of linen clothes. So yeah, we'll not do any hide coats for now. They should be fine. Most of the villagers have some, and we've got probably enough to last through the winter. So our villagers are filthy. But where's our soap maker? How much soap are we making? Exactly. Let's have some more soap makers in here. So they actually need herbs, tallow, and firewood. They're producing like 10 soap. I guess maybe we just need another soap shop. But that's okay, we can put one of those in. We'll actually put one in down this area again. Right, let's have a look over here. So we still got the wheat rust there, but that's because we haven't actually gone through. Yeah, it's just me being an idiot. Scurvy, you need to eat more fruit. Right, let's have a quick look at our pear trees. They're getting pretty good. Last 12 months, 28 fruit were produced from that single tree. And then over in our apples, 22. Okay, could do with a... But those trees aren't fully matured yet. Whereas over here, we're getting like 34 peaches. 35. So yeah, we're getting quite a few from those trees. And that's more villagers coming in as well. And we are now making 1 gold. So let's just have a look at how far out this is going to go. So we can get to here before we start losing stuff from our market. But we could kind of maybe just stop it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build some houses a little bit further out. I think it was there. So we'd go... leave a gap there so we can run a path down. Pop one there. And a gap there. And then a gap there. If I go back to the market, that's just on the outskirts. So that's where I'm going to extend my wall to. Then we just open up our build menu again. We want to get a palisade wall. And it's going to go along here. We'll have it end there. And then another one going along here. So obviously we're short of wood. So where's our worker camp? Could have sworn I had one out here. There it is. Okay, I've got mining stone. I want them just to mine wood. Because we've got plenty of stone. Yes, 1 gold is definitely better than none. And again, where's our other work camp? There. They've run out of trees, so we'll have them... see, I don't want them to shift over to areas where they're... you know, we've got deer being sighted. So we'll have them come over to... I guess... there's nowhere really nearby for them. We'll have them go up to the edge there and see if that helps. Now I had another work camp over here. And again, we'll have them shift out to like a roundabout here. Again, we don't want them to go into the area where the deer are, because we'd like to keep them around as long as possible. I think we should probably build a well out here. But there you can see things are starting to be built, so we'll just go to our manage walls tool, and then we'll remove, salvage them. That actually gives us stuff back. salvage these ones as well. Whew, right, okay. So this work camp kind of doesn't have anything to do at the moment. And hopefully we'll get these walls moved before a raid. We've got a new merchant. Oh, right. Where are we at for time? We've got 15 minutes left. We can sell some pottery, which is going to bring us a nice amount of gold. 725 now. Now we can't... Cows. We can buy one. What can I sell? Flour. This is it. This is it. We're doing it. The cows are coming. You got one. Yes. You can name this game whatever you want because we've got cows. We did it. Now I just need all of this stuff transferred so I can sell it. We're selling all our pottery as well. We'll sell all of that flour. Wait. No. They left. They left. Left before I had a chance to buy my second cow. No. Right. Okay. Well, we've got one cow. But it's okay. We've got milk. We've got one lonely cow. They need feed for the winter, so what food do they have for the winter? Like, what do they require? Just anything. Livestock can be fed grains, root vegetables and or hay. So we've got plenty of grains in our granary. No, we haven't. That's okay though. We can get stuff. We can sort that out. That's okay. Oh, I can't believe that. Right, what's going on with the wood, guys? Why aren't you getting me trees, please? Just chop all of these down for me. I know why. We're going to go to this work camp here, and we're going to turn off chop down mature trees only. So we've got one who will just aggressively cut down wood for the entire time. I need to get this fence built, that's why. Just in case, you know, you can never be too careful. We just need to seal off this area again, and then I'll move all of my lookout towers. We'll have one on that corner there. Then we'll move this one down to here. And this one down to here. Now, which building needs more workers? Forager shack. Okay. New villagers being born. You've got no water, so let's build a new well. I just forgot about that totally. Right. Oh, I'm so gutted that we didn't get that second cow. Oh. Oh, okay, it's fine. Right, how are we looking? We need more food storage, so... $25 units of milk, though. It's looking pretty good. Getting our repairs done. The wall is being built. We're making 7 gold now. Hopefully we'll get another trader in who'll sell us a cow, because we've got plenty of money now. We've done really well with our trading. And we're replenishing all of our stores as we're losing stuff, so it's starting to look good. We could actually... What have we got? 21 of 25 homesteads, population of 130. And as we continue to progress and push out into this new area here, wood stores have gone back up. We've finished moving most of our guard towers and building our new walls. We've got some sick villagers, but again, I think that's due to like dirty water and stuff. So they'll hopefully go to the healer's hut. We're making 16 gold now. And the blizzard is coming. Come on, guys, just work it out. Let's get this finished. And then we're done. Yep, good, good. Our guard towers have been moved. Lonely Moo started a fire because Moo wants friends. Quite possibly. We've got 36 out of 36 food stores, so that's worked out well. We can make it through the winter, keep our cows alive. Here comes the blizzard. Oh, it looks like we're one short there. Or did I just not build a wall in that area? I didn't even build a wall there. There we go. Just left a gaping hole in the side of the wall. We got one cow. It set a building on fire. I mean, there's a claim that it set a building on fire. I don't think it did, but you can never be too careful. Nobody trusts the cows. Yeah, income's looking really good. We made a really good trade, and then just as I was about to make the final trade, the trader left. But yes, we've expanded. We've pushed the wall out a little bit. Food's looking good. We've got our cow. We're putting in some repairs from the blizzard, which has damaged a few properties. But things are looking up. And we just need to hope that we get a new trader to give us a second cow so that we can start increasing the size of the herd. Got plenty of bread now. They want entertainment, though. The villagers would like some entertainment. That's what's going to make them upset now. So we're going to need to find a way to provide that. The tannery is now going to get back to work. I think we're good for shoes. Well, we don't have any in stock. So let's have a look. But 83% of our villagers now have shoes. So, yeah, the entertainment is watching the buildings burn down. Come on, guys. Wake up. Right, yeah, 25. Let's see what we can do for entertainment. So we've got the festival pole. Provides entertainment that your villagers desire. Entertain villagers or happy villagers. Got the rat catcher. I'm sure that's an entertaining job. Oh, I don't want to build another school. What's this one then? Oh, we've already got it. It's a trading post. So I guess it's going to be a festival tent. We don't have anything else that we can put down. The charcoal kiln might be a good idea. But not a priority right now. So it's looking like festival pole. And we put the festival pole right next to this market. Or we could put it down here. We will put it down here, because then we can run this road all the way along here to the festival pole. I don't know why we have a... Hopefully we'll get some nice festivals then. Interesting to see what it looks like though. Might actually move this market as well. Or we could just leave that and fill it with gardens. That's a good idea. Let's put some decorations in. I'm going to put a large park right there. And then I'm going to put some more houses down here. So that we're kind of creating little streets. And we can put gardens either side of it and stuff and make it look like a really nice area. And hide the fact that, you know, just around the corner, just on the other side of that fence, all hell might be about to break loose. Travelling merchant, what have you got? Have you got a cow? Meh. You got pelts and shoes, but no cow. Could buy some shoes off them. But they're selling it above the average price, which isn't ideal. Although I think maybe just to kind of take the pressure off, we should invest in this. So if I buy like 20 pairs of shoes, I've still got enough money for another cow, and all of my villagers should now have shoes. We should probably, before we kind of finish, maybe we could have a look at our villager roles and just reset everything. Because what actually you can do is, if you just take your villagers away from all of their jobs and then reassign them, they'll kind of move into the properties that are closest. That was a lot of gold. I did not realise that cost that much. Well, we've committed now. We're building this large park. The village is being raided again. At least we managed to get our fences up. 18 raiders are attacking now. Oh, and they're coming from this side. That's not good. Right. Okay. Here they come. 2 raiders are attempting to breach the walls from that side. Yeah, the left side for me, doesn't need the protection right now. There's no gold or valuables stored there, so what we need to protect is our kind of market here where most of our gold is stored. So I'm just going to try and garrison my villagers. Pull them back, hopefully. I want them all to attack this guy, bring him down. The mob is now just going to go wild, so let's do this. Good. There's still a few there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pool all my villagers over here. They're through. So we're going to go meet them. Get away from that market. And you made a big mistake today, my friend. Done. 18 raiders killed. 1 building destroyed, 1 villager lost, nothing pillaged yet again. We rebuild. And in all of the chaos, a merchant... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, a new merchant arrived during all of the chaos. With another cow. Yes. Yes. Oh, so happy I flicked the enter key off my computer keyboard. That's not great, is it? Well, we did it. We got the cow. We got our 2 cows. A building's on fire. How come every time we get a cow, a building sets on fire? We obviously need more feed stores for the winter, but we now have 2 cows herding in a graveyard. Of course. Ah, good idea, Michael. Let's see if any of these guys can offer us anything low that we can sell high. Shoes. They're selling for 35. And... Oh. Michael. We're just going to buy 10 pairs of shoes here. And then we're going to sell 10 pairs of shoes here. Oh, wait, no, they're not buying. Well, I needed the shoes anyway, so I should really look at the tabs. These are buying, Lee. These are selling to you. Well, at least I bought more shoes. My villagers need shoes, so I'm fine with buying them. That's fine. Right, is there anything else? No, not really. Right, never mind. We've done well, though. All of our gold is now pumped into this garden here. I'm actually going to see what more resources I can move across. So once again, we'll shift a few more items of clay into here. And we'll also shift some more linen clothing in. Then some flour, I guess, can go in there. We'll put 100 units of flour in. No, 100. Smoked meats, again, they're perishable, so we can't really do anything about that. The shoes, I'm going to transfer out of my trading post. Honey, we can probably go up to 100 in the trading post. That's a good shout. Wood, fish, all of that sort of stuff I don't really want to keep out. Sand, I guess we can't sell sand. We probably can, but are any of these traders buying herbs? No, they're buying pretty low. Oh! Paying good money for pottery, though. Right then, I think it's time to call it there. So we are kind of on the verge of upgrading to a tier 3 town centre. We need to get 20 more population and another 4 homesteads, which I think will probably happen as these buildings upgrade. We've obviously got the entertainment. In fact, we'll just wait until this festival pole site is built. Got some buildings that need more workers here, so it's just that forager shack that was there, and yeah, they don't have a great deal of coverage, so we're gonna have them go out a little bit further. But these 2 items we can maybe move. This fishing shack isn't in a great location either, but things are coming along very nicely. And oh, there we go, the festival pole is now built. So this just entertain. Oh, it's a maypole. I see. I wouldn't call that entertaining, but you know, if that's what they want to do, then feel free. Have we got a new trader again? No, it's the same one. I mean, I may just sell them all the clay. It's not like it makes a big difference to us. Yes, Coco, it is an odd-looking zoo. Sorry, we changed game. Built a huge dome in Planet Zoo today, and that was probably all we had time for. So yeah, we've kind of moved on to something else. And we're just about to finish for the night as well. Yes, we're about to call it a night. Right, so before this trader leaves, I'm just going to sell him everything I've got in here. Boom. Nice. That's a good amount of gold. And we'll go with the last of it here as well. Just sell off what's left. Oh, and the final 2. Right, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. That's gone very well. So, we are going to call it there. Thank you all for another wonderful night. Very happy with how things are progressing in Farthest Frontier and Planet Zoo. So, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and we've kind of definitely come out of the good side now. So, everything looking really good. I'll see you next time. Probably not do another stream for about another week. But yeah, Planet Zoo at the weekend. 2 Point Campus on Friday night. So I will see you then. Good night, everybody.